people may start finding out or may already suspect that I'm on the jury, and I can't talk about the case. I can't hear anything about the case. And so to the extent that you can assist by getting coworkers to avoid talking about the case at all, especially in your presence, you would appreciate that. Do you think that would help?
I will definitely bring that up this Friday when I'm there.
Okay,
with
great.
them.
Great. And again, just be vigilant so that as soon as you hear anyone talking, just walk away, go away, and then maybe at a later point you can say, hey guys, please avoid talking about the case in my presence. I can't, that's one of the rules that the judge has put in place. I can't hear anything about the case. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Great. All right, anything else?
That was it. That was my only concern.
All right, thank you for bringing this up to my attention. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Okay, the record should reflect that the juror has now stepped out of the courtroom. That's juror 983. Is there any additional record or any other questions that the people want me to ask?
No, Your Honor.
Any additional record that you want me to make or any additional questions that you want me to ask, Ms. Spengler or anyone on behalf of the defense? No, Your Honor. No? Mr. King, thank you. All right. Is there anything we need to discuss before I bring the jury in? On behalf of the people, Ms. Pearson?
No, Your Honor.
On behalf of the defense, Ms. Spengler?
No.
All right, yeah.
I'm
Mr.
sorry,
Edson?
I had one quick thing. It may already be out here, but I would request People's Exhibit 899 for the first witness.
899. We can do that. Thank you. Just a quick word about the last witness yesterday, Mr. Rotman, who testified. I think it's our OTTMAN. Please make sure that you advise your witnesses with respect to order number C200, which I issued last week. So I don't want to hear anything about people being placed on gurneys once they get to the hospital. I don't want to hear about how long they had to wait before they were treated. For the most part, the testimony was within the parameters that I have set out, but there were a couple of objections that I sustained, and then there were a couple of other things that I'm not sure were objected to. But please advise your witnesses. And in terms of physical therapy, if you think that that's something you're going to go into, bring that up with me beforehand outside the presence of the jury, because in general, I have not allowed any physical therapy or post-operative type of procedures. I have said that if it's something that goes to the permanency of the injury, that I may allow it if it goes to the result of the injury, because I think that is relevant to the nature and character and extent of the injury. But in general, I'm not allowing that type of evidence either. So, okay. With that, let's bring the jury in, please. Please be seated, everyone. Good morning, folks. How's everybody doing? Good. Good to have you back. Mr. Edson, you may call your next witness.
People call Dylan Bienulis.
Good morning. Come on up. If I could have you raise your right hand so that I can administer an oath, please. You solemnly swear or affirm on the penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I solemnly swear.
Okay, please be seated. Could you please tell us your full name and spell your first, middle, and last names?
Dylan Thomas Benulis, and it's Dylan Thomas Thomas. Last name Benulis Bieniulis.
Mr. Edson, you may proceed.
Sir, what do you currently do for a living?
Right now, I am a project management assistant at an analytical testing laboratory in Arvada. Excuse me, in Arvada.
I'm going to refer you to July 14th of 2012. How are you employed back on that date?
Sales associate at the Science Company in Denver.
What is the science company?
Science Company is a store that sells scientific equipment such as lab work, glassware, chemicals, microscopes, and telescopes, things of that nature.
Where roughly is the science company store located?
It's right at the corner of First and Lincoln in Denver.
Up to the point of July 14th, 2012, how long had you been an employee there?
Since October of 2010, so just about a year and a half at that point.
And when did you leave the science company to go to your current position?
Just recently, just at the about the 24th of April, so about three weeks ago.
Back on or around July 14th, 2012, what was your job title and your duties at the science company?
Sales associate, and basically kind of assist customers in store over the phone, fill orders. We were also, the company is also on the web, so I would fill orders, chemical repacking, data entry, invoice entry, things like that.
The physical store location in Denver that you're referring to, are there a lot of employees associated with that store?
It's a small business, eight people. Yeah.
And back during July of 2012, you were one of those roughly 8 people?
Yes.
Back during July of 2012, were you familiar with the records keeping system and the invoices and the customer information associated with sales for the site?
Yes, definitely, yes.
Does that include sales of any of the products there physically at the location, including chemicals, properties, things like that?
Yes.
Just in general, without getting into great detail, how does the science company maintain records, invoices, and such for customers?
Well, there's at the point of sale, there is a record created, and it's stored on a database on the computers in the store. So a point of sale system.
Are you familiar with that point of sale system and those types of records?
Yes.
Are you also familiar with retrieving records from prior sales, retrieving invoices from prior sales, things of that nature?
Yes.
All related to the science company?
Yep.
Just in general, to your knowledge, are the records and invoices kept with the science company in the normal and regular course of business for their customer transactions?
Yes.
Similar question, is there a way to create duplicate invoices? In other words, not the actual receipt or invoice that was given to a customer, but a duplicate of that showing the sale?
Yeah, you can definitely do that, yes.
And were you familiar, and actually still are familiar with that type of procedure with the science company?
Yes, it's pretty straightforward. It's just a matter of looking up a name in the database, and then it'll show if that person has made a purchase there, and you can and then you can select the transaction if there's more than one, and print an invoice.
To the best of your knowledge, are the record-keeping systems and the invoices created with the science company reliable and accurate?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness, please?
Yes.
For the record, judges will be People's Exhibits 359 and 360. Sir, I've handed you what's been previously marked as two exhibits, People's Exhibit 359 and 360. You're familiar with those exhibits?
Yes.
Have you personally seen those exhibits before?
Yes, I have.
What are those exhibits in general?
They are duplicate invoices of a transaction made at the science company.
Is there a particular customer associated with the duplicate invoices?
Yes, these were initially purchased by James Holmes.
Is there a salesperson indicated with these invoices?
Yeah, it's right next to salesperson. You'll see two initials, DB. Those are my initials for Dylan Benulis.
And do you actually recall this particular transaction that's located within these duplicate invoices of People's Exhibit 359 and 360?
I do.
To the best of your knowledge, did the documents contained within 359 and 360 fairly and accurately indicate the transaction that took place on July 14th, 2012 at the science company?
Yes, they do.
Judge, I would move for admission of People's Exhibit 359 and 360.
Any objection?
No objection to those two exhibits.
Without objection, exhibits P-TR-359 and 360 are admitted and may be published.
Could I please have the first page? Actually, could I have People's Exhibit 359? Okay, sir, a couple of housekeeping things here. I have on the screen for record purposes People's Exhibit 359. What I'd like you to do is to explain to the jury what we're looking at here, and I'll ask you some questions. If you feel the need that you want to point anything out specifically, let me know. We've got a pointing stick there, and we'll have you have a handheld microphone so you can approach that.
Okay, can I have that microphone to do that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Rather than
Yes, can I approach, Your Honor?
It's right here, yeah, it's right
Yeah.
there. And then you have to turn it on.
test. Okay.
And you can stand down if you wish.
Okay.
So let me ask you a couple questions. First thing, to the top left, can you just point out the company information, please?
Yeah, so the Science Company, 95 Lincoln Street, Denver, Colorado, 80203, and then our phone number.
To the right there, invoice ID and sales order. Can you point that out for the jury, please?
Right in that location there.
Also in that area, does it show the date of the transaction?
7/14/2012.
The bill to and ship to, who is that?
That's James E. Holmes.
Now, I do have a question. The ship to also has James E. Holmes. Was this a shipping transaction or was this an in-person transaction?
No, it was in person, but my habit was to fill all both fields at the point of sale. When creating the sale, you would put the information in the bill to side, and then I was trained to copy it over to the ship to side to make it easier to search for things. But it was an in-store transaction. A shipping transaction would have an address here to be shipped to.
Understood. Can you locate for the jury the salesperson, the DB that you were referring to?
Right in that location.
Okay, and again, that's you, correct?
That is me.
Can we scroll down People's Exhibit 359 just a bit, please? Just in general, can you describe for the jury what the transaction entailed on July 14th, 2012?
What the transaction entailed?
Yeah, what was the purchase for?
The purchase was for a number of electrodes, which are basically bars of metal of different types of metal: zinc, brass, iron, aluminum, and then the quantities of each item are listed on the left, and the next column are the item IDs, which is kind of like a unique identifier to speed things up for a store rather than just going by descriptions. And then the descriptions are here, so you've got your electrodes, metal bars, a petri dish, which is a little glass dish used to grow bacteria in science class, or hold anything basically. The next two are chemicals, glycerin, potassium permanganate, and these numbers to the side are the weight of the chemicals if there's a number there. Next line down is another chemical, ammonium chloride. Next line down is magnesium ribbon. That's basically a long, thin roll of magnesium, which again is kind of like a metal, very soft, pliable metal. Motor with leads is basically a small electric DC motor for whatever projects. And then the next line down is black alligator clips, and just like they sound, just a wire with two clips on the ends. And then there's the mortar and pestle. That's the size, 130 millimeters, made of porcelain. And then you've got your prices, and then the amount, which would be the unit price multiplied by the quantity.
So just looking at the quantities, for example, the zinc flat electrodes, how many were purchased?
There was 10 purchased.
What about the aluminum electrodes?
5 of those.
So just so we know, is that fair to say on the far left, the quantity that tells you how many were purchased?
Yes.
Okay. If we could scroll down to the very bottom of People's Exhibit 359, what was the grand total, including tax, for this purchase?
$175.69.
What was the method of payment?
Credit card.
If we could please have People's Exhibit 360. If we could just scroll down a bit, please, on 360. Fair to say that a lot of this is similar information until we get to the bottom. Is that correct, sir?
That's correct.
We can go to the bottom. How is People's Exhibit 360 different than 359?
On this invoice here, you'll see that there's also a spot showing the kind of the end of the credit card number. The beginning is obviously X'd out. Merchant ID and approval code, that is probably an identifier for the company, and the transaction ID is also on there. So it's a little more kind of behind the scenes. You wouldn't normally see this unless you printed off an invoice with extra parameters. However, and then here's the signature line. And since this is a copy, the signature wouldn't be there. This was not printed on the day of the transaction. The actual one on the day of the transaction would have a signature there.
I want you to look at the card number there on the left. If you can read it, you also have the physical exhibit in front of you if you'd rather look at that as well.
Yep, okay.
But what are the last 4 digits of that card number, please?
2217.
And that first 2 letters in front of that, what is that?
MC for MasterCard.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I think you can have a seat at this point. Sir, I'm going to show you a couple of... Actually, may I approach the witness, please?
Yes.
Sir, I've placed before you what's been previously admitted into evidence as People's Exhibit 899. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
Is it on?
I think it's on.
Okay. Yeah, this is a bottle of glycerin from the science company.
Is that the same type and quantity as was purchased that's contained within People's Exhibits 359 and 360?
It is, yeah. It's a 16-ounce bottle of glycerin.
If I could please have People's Exhibit 2381. It's a photograph already admitted. As best we can zoom in on the white bottle in the middle of the screen. Can you see that?
Yes.
People's Exhibit 2381, directing your attention to the white bottle in the center of the screen now. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, I am. That's a bottle of ammonium chloride with the science company label on it.
To the best of your knowledge, does that appear to be the same type of bottle of ammonium chloride that was purchased that's contained within People's Exhibits 359 and 360?
Yes.
If I could please have People's Exhibit 4221. It's a photograph already admitted as well. Are you familiar with this?
Yes, this is a picture of the aluminum metal electrodes that were on the invoice.
Looking, you have before you People's Exhibit 359 and 360. Are the items numbers the same, the NC item numbers?
Yeah, NC 5319, the first on the list there.
Could I also have People's Exhibit 4242, a photograph already admitted? Are you familiar with this?
Yeah, this is another bottle of chemical potassium permanganate in this case with the science company label on it.
Does that appear to be the same type of bottle that was purchased that's contained in People's Exhibit 359 and 360?
Yes.
What was the quantity?
That's a 500-gram bottle. It's a little tough to make out, but I'll point it out to you. Right in that corner there, it says 500 grams, which is also what's on the invoice.
Okay, thank you. Sir, do you specifically remember the transaction with James E. Holmes on July 14th, 2012?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell the jury what you recall about that transaction?
Sure. It was about 1 o'clock in the afternoon on a Saturday, and nobody else was in the store when James Holmes came in, and he came in, looked around for about 10 minutes or so, kind of kept to himself, didn't really ask for any help from me. A lot of people will ask for help.
Overruled.
Go ahead, sir.
So a lot of people will ask for help. He did not. Kind of kept to himself, looked around at the whole store. There's a lot in there. So we looked around for about 10 minutes and picked up a few items and brought them up to the counter. And, I noticed he was getting a few more of the electrodes, the metal electrodes, than a normal person would.
Honor relevance.
Overruled.
Go ahead, sir.
And I asked if, kind of being a good sales associate, I asked if basically he grabbed all the ones that were on the shelf. So I asked, if you need more, there's probably more in the back.
Objection to hearsay and confrontation.
Overruled. It's discussed the defendant's statements. So, to the extent that this witness is testifying about his own statements, they are being allowed to place the defendant's statements in context. Go ahead.
Okay. And he said that he didn't need any more. And then that was basically the end of any sort of conversation with him. He, appearance-wise, the red hair, very easy to remember that. And he paid with a credit card, boxed, put everything in a bag for him, and he left.
The setup of the science company, is this a store that any member of the public can come into and purchase items?
Yes.
The items that are contained within People's Exhibit 359 and 360 are those items that anyone can come in and purchase?
Yes.
Judge, can I have one moment, please?
Yes.
Other than what you've described, is there anything else about this transaction that stood out in your mind, any different than any other transactions?
You know, I do recall that he was much like many other people that come to the store, kind of looked, you know, and kept to himself, much like you know, I wrote a kind of a nerdy person. You know, it's kind of a nerd's paradise, in other words, to see all this stuff in one place at one time. So I did mention that he did seem quite like many other people that would come in the store as well.
Judge, I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right. Members of the jury, I want to make sure that you understood my ruling a moment ago. To the extent that this witness spoke about his own statements outside the courtroom, those statements were allowed for the limited purpose of putting in context the defendant's statements to him. Did everybody understand that? And everybody's saying yes. That's the only purpose for which you may consider this witness's out-of-court statements, okay? All right, is there any cross-examination, Ms. Spengler?
No.
And it appears that the jury may have questions for you, sir, so give me a moment, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Would counsel please approach? Sir, the jury has submitted a question that I have found is appropriate under the rules of evidence and other applicable rules of law. The question is, do you remember how the defendant acted while in the store? What was his demeanor?
Very, very quiet, very calm. Beyond that, yeah, very. Nothing really exciting. Just very quiet and kept to himself.
All right, any follow-up questions, Mr. Edson?
No, thank you.
Any follow-up questions, Ms. Spengler?
No.
May this witness be released from his subpoena.
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, sir, thank you.
Thank you.
Call your next witness, please.
The people call Nick Carroll.
Good morning. Good morning. Can I have you raise your right hand so that I can administer an oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm on the penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, I do. Please be seated. Could you please tell us your full name for the record and spell your first, middle, and last names?
Nicholas John Freeman Carroll. First name Nicholas. John John. Freeman Freeman. Carroll Carroll.
Ms. Pearson, you may proceed.
Mr. Carroll, where are you employed?
I work for the Aurora Police Department.
What do you do for them?
I am a crime scene investigator.
What does a crime scene investigator do?
Crime scene investigators respond to crime scenes, and we observe and document the condition of the scene when we arrive. We locate, identify, document, and preserve evidence.
How long have you worked at the Aurora Police Department?
I've been with Aurora for approximately 4 years now.
Prior to that, did you work for another police agency as a crime scene investigator?
Yes, for approximately 3 years, I was in Kansas City, Missouri with their police department working as a crime scene investigator.
Do you have to have specialized training to be a CSI?
Yes.
What kind of training do you have?
I received a Bachelor's of Science degree in forensic science, and then once I was on the job, they sent me to an extensive 2.5-month training program in Tennessee called the National Forensic Academy. And then I also participated in a year-long on-the-job field training officer program.
Were you working at the Aurora Police Department on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, I was.
On that day, what shift were you working?
I was a swing shift, so I was working 4 p.m. to 2 a.m.
Did you hear a call regarding a shooting at the Century 16 Theater?
Yes.
And do you recall what time you heard that shooting?
I believe it came out over the radio around 12:30.
Where were you at the time that you heard that?
It was kind of towards the end of my shift, so I was back at the lab finishing up some paperwork and getting ready to go off duty.
Did you respond to the theater?
Yes.
Why did you go there?
I heard over the radio that everything was going on and officers were calling for gas masks. And with the number of victims, there weren't enough ambulances and they weren't responding quick enough, so they started transporting victims to the hospital, which is not normally what the officers do.
Interject an objection to 403, 401 in due process.
Oh, sustained.
Did you gather gas masks?
Yes, I did.
Did you take a vehicle to the theater?
Yes,
Did you have a vehicle that was large enough to be used to transport people?
correct.
When you got to the theater, what did you observe going on outside the theater at that time?
Note an objection to 401, 403 in due process. This is cumulative to the other testimony of many of the first responders.
Ms. Pearson,
Your Honor, these are his observations as he responds for his job.
why don't counsel approach, please? right, the objection is overruled, but Ms. Pearson, you must proceed as I indicated, with the limitations I indicated at the bench.
Mr. Carroll, what did you observe when you first arrived outside the theater?
There was a lot of people, a lot of cars in the parking lot. A mutual aid dispatch had gone out to other law enforcement agencies in the area, so multiple agencies were in the parking lot.
When you first got to the theater, did you make contact with someone else from your agency?
Yes,
What were you asked to do first?
I was asked to respond to the local hospitals and begin photographing and documenting and collecting evidence.
Did you do that?
Yes.
What hospital did you go to?
The first hospital I responded to was University Hospital.
What time did you arrive there?
I believe I arrived at University Hospital at approximately 2 a.m.
What did you do at University Hospital?
I photographed victims and collected evidence from them.
Do you recall the victims that you saw at University Hospital, the names of the victims?
I do recall quite a few of them, but I saw 17 victims, so I may struggle on some of the names.
Where were these victims located in the hospital?
Right at the
Honor,
entrance.
excuse me, objection to relevance 403, cumulative.
Overruled, as the question is about the location where he went to collect this evidence or to take photographs, so overruled.
Where were victims located in the hospital?
I contacted the first victim just inside the entrance to the emergency room. There were several victims in the ER operating rooms, the trauma center area. There was multiple victims in multiple hallways. There was also several in the waiting room. There were a couple in the CT scan area, and then there were several in operating rooms that I was unable to contact.
So you ultimately had contact with 17 victims at University Hospital.
Yes.
Do you recall the names of the people that you saw there?
Yes.
And could you tell us those?
Calls for hearsay, confrontation.
Names? No, overruled.
I saw Caleb Medley, Bonnie Portia, Pierce O'Farrell, Michael White, Prodeo Patria, Jansen Young, Allison Young, David Williams, Maria Carbonell, and that's all I can recall right now.
Quite a few. After you finished at University Hospital, where did you go next?
Next, I responded to Children's Hospital.
What time did you get to Children's Hospital?
I believe I arrived there around 3:40 a.m.
Were there victims that you also had contact with at Children's Hospital?
Yes,
Do you recall how many?
I believe there were 6.
Did you take photographs of them?
Yes,
Did you see Veronica Mosher Sullivan at Children's Hospital?
Objection calls for hearsay, confrontation, due process.
Objection, this is a statement of identification, it is not hearsay. You may answer the question.
yes, I did.
At the time that you saw her at Children's Hospital, what was the name that they were using to identify her?
The
Relevance.
Sustained.
Had they determined what her name was at that time?
yes, I was given a name, Veronica Mosher Sullivan.
Do you recall the victims that you saw at Children's Hospital, the names of them?
Yes,
And who are they?
there was Veronica.
An objection to hearsay and confrontation. Objection to hearsay and confrontation.
Again, it's not hearsay. Under Rule 801, this is a statement, an out-of-court statement, but it's for identification, so it's not hearsay. The objection is overruled.
Could you give us the names of the people that you saw at Children's Hospital?
Veronica Mosher Sullivan, Heather Lucas, Mr. Lucas. There was a Alejandro Cardonas Lamas, other names escape me at this time.
Could I have People's Exhibits 295 and 296?
These have been previously admitted?
No, Your Honor. These
Oh,
are,
you're asking for them, okay.
sorry, these are ones I'm asking to,
All right.
that I will approach the witness with. I'm going to hand you what has been marked as People's Exhibits 295 and 296. Do you recognize those items?
Yes.
And what are they?
Exhibit 296 is a specimen cup that contained a projectile, and I collected it from Alejandro Cardonas Lamas.
And 295?
295 is a projectile recovered from the clothing. It was attached to the shorts that she was wearing.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of People's Exhibits 295 and 296.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-295 and 296 are admitted.
And did you collect these items from Alejandro Cardona Lamas at Children's Hospital?
Yes, I did.
Did you leave the hospital at some point in the morning?
Yes.
Do you recall what time that was?
Around 5:45 a.m.,
Where did you go?
I responded to the crime scene.
Back to the theater?
Yes.
Could I have People's Exhibits 310 and 311, please? I'm going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 310 and 311. Do you recognize these items?
Yes.
And how did you come into possession of these?
When I arrived at the crime scene, a detective with the Aurora Police Department approached me and gave me some evidence.
Was that Detective Lance Dyer?
Yes.
And these items, are they from particular victims?
Yes.
Could you tell us what 310 is, please?
Exhibit 310 is bullet fragments removed from Gage Hankins at Swedish Hospital.
And 311?
Exhibit 311 is a specimen cup containing bullet fragments from Christina Blasch at Swedish Hospital.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of People's Exhibit 310 and 311.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-310 and 311 are admitted.
And although you received those at the theater, then did you ultimately put them into evidence at the Aurora Police Department?
Yes.
What time did you first enter the theater?
I first entered the theater around 11:15.
At the time that you first went into the theater, what was the purpose of your initial look at what was going on inside the theater?
Initially, we were going in to document the location of the deceased victims that were in the theater.
And we're talking about Theater 9, to be clear.
Correct.
Could you step down to the model, please, and explain for us the layout of the theater? At the time that you went into the theater, did you ultimately determine a way to number seats, to number rows, and to do all of that?
Yes, when we first entered the theater, we made observations of what was in there and what we were going to have to do to proceed further.
And Your Honor, if I may have the witness step down to the model, and there's a wireless microphone right there as well, which you'll need to turn on. determine how many seats there are in Theater 9?
Yes, we were told there were 415 seats in Theater 9.
And how did you number the rows and the seats?
We numbered as if you were facing the screen, left to right. So this seat would be number 1, moving that way to 20. And then we went from the screen, which was the east wall, and we went up the rows 1 to 20.
So is row 8 the first row behind in the stadium seating?
Correct.
Did you number the rows that were on either side of that center section?
We did not number the rows on either side of the aisles.
Thank you. Were you involved in removing the victims from the theater?
Yes.
Could I have People's Exhibit 288, please? In the process of moving the body of John Larimer, did you retrieve an item of evidence?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness with what is marked as People's Exhibit 288?
Yes.
Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a projectile or a spent bullet that was removed from the left side of John's torso.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of People's Exhibit 288.
Any objection?
And where,
Hold on, without objection, P-TR-288 is admitted.
and where was his body located in the theater?
He was at the, excuse me, he was at the front of the first set of seats that begin the stadium style seating, which would have been row 8. He was on the north side, kind of by the entrance hallway.
So that would be the left side as we're facing the screen.
Correct.
Now, did getting the victims out of the theater take the remainder of the day on July 20th of 2012?
Yes.
At the end of that day and other days that you spent in the theater, was the theater sealed up?
Yes.
How did you do that?
At the end of every day, we would take evidence tape. We would close the doors of the theaters and place evidence tape over the closure edge of the door. So if anybody opened it, that seal would be broken. And then we also had officers around the theater securing the scene.
Was that for both Theater 8 and Theater 9?
Correct.
How many days did you ultimately spend in the theater collecting evidence?
We were in the theater for 9 days.
So let's go to day 2 on July 21st. Were you at the theater that day on Saturday?
Yes.
What was the purpose what were you trying to accomplish that day? What was the goal?
Saturday, we primarily tried to identify, locate all items of evidence and begin marking them.
What kinds of things did you mark that day?
We marked a shotgun, fired shotgun shells, fired cartridge casings. There were loaded gun magazines, bone fragments, shotgun wadding, a clear out canister, several pocket knives.
How did you identify the items? How did you mark them?
There was an extensive amount of evidence, so we did not have enough. We generally use yellow numbered or lettered placards, but we did not have enough of them. So we took small white business cards and folded them in half and made those into tents or placards and wrote numbers on them.
On Saturday, the 21st, how many of the folded business cards with numbers did you place?
I believe we placed 123.
Did that take you most of the day?
Yes,
Did you seal the theater up at the end of that day?
yes,
Did you return again on Sunday, July 22nd?
yes.
Could I have People's Exhibit 286 and 287? As you began evidence collection that day, did you collect an item that was not listed with a placard that was a ball cap?
Yes. So another thing that we did on Saturday while we were identifying evidence, there was also a lot of extra items, clothing, pop cups, popcorn. So we tried to also remove those items. Any personal property was taken to the lobby and packaged.
And that was to get it out of the way before you were collecting items that you felt had evidentiary value.
Correct.
I'm going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 287 and 288, or 286, I'm sorry, 286 and 287. Do you recognize those items?
Yes.
And what is People's Exhibit 286?
Exhibit 286 is a Denver Nuggets ball cap. It was one of the, what was believed to be a personal item in the theater that was removed and packaged in the lobby.
And People's Exhibit 287?
Exhibit 287 is a shot pellet that was underneath the fabric in the bill of the ball cap.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of People's Exhibits 286 and 287.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, to 286. May we approach?
Yes. All right, without objection, exhibits P-TR-286 and P-TR-287 are admitted.
Now, People's Exhibit 286, what do you observe about that exhibit?
The item had what appeared to be bullet damage in the front and the back, and it's also stained with,
Objection, Your Honor. Improper opinion.
Sustained.
And does it have a red stain on it?
yes, it does.
Now, where was 287, the shot pellet, recovered from?
The fabric on the top of the bill of the cap.
On that day, on Sunday, the 22nd, Did you check the roof for any signs of any kind of bullets having gone through the roof?
Yes.
How did you do that?
A detective and myself accessed the roof of the building through a roof hatch in the projection room of Theater 9. And we went up on the roof and established where Theater 9 was. And it was kind of a flat, tarred roof. We systematically searched the roof for any protrusions or holes or any kind of damage.
Did you find any damage?
We did find a couple protrusions, but we cut them out and observed they were just, they had no evidentiary value.
Was there any indication that any bullets had gone through the roof of the theater?
No, it did not appear that the damage continued any further than the top rubber or tar layer.
On that day, did you collect the items of evidence that had been marked with all of the placards on Saturday, the 21st?
Yes.
Did you collect all 123 yourself?
No.
How did you split that up, and with who?
I collected items 1 through 60, and my colleague, CSI Maria Petalina, collected items 61 through 123.
Did you also have a detective available to assist you, to help you with the process of collecting?
Yes, as I collected the evidence and put it in an envelope, the detective was my scribe, so he wrote down any notes I had.
Now, were photographs taken that showed the placards in place, that give some idea of what that looked like in the theater?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 2764, 2765, 2947, and 2767. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
What do they depict?
This is the area between the screen and that first row of seats on the ground level.
Do they fairly and accurately reflect what you observed in the theater in July of 2012?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admittance of People's Exhibits 2764, 2765, 2947, and 2767.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-2764, 2765, 2947, and 2767 are admitted.
And may we publish, Your Honor?
Yes, they may be published.
Could I have 2764, please? What are we looking at in this photograph?
If you are facing the screen, we are on the left side, facing the right.
And is the exit door towards the center of the screen, towards the top?
Yes, the alcove you see there is the exit door to the back of the theater.
Could I have 2765, please? What are we seeing in this photograph?
This is moving closer towards that exit door. The white things on the floor that you see, those are our numbered placards, and they are indicating items of evidence that are on the floor.
Could I have 2947, please? What do we observe in this photograph?
This is that same area, just a different viewpoint. I'm standing closer to the screen facing the theater now, but you again see the yellow placards marking evidence, or white placards, excuse me.
And 2767, please? What are we seeing in this photograph?
This is the first couple rows, but again, looking towards that exit in the southwest corner, southeast.
Thank you. You can take that down. So when you began to collect the evidence from these placards in the theater, did you indicate where it was by the general area that certain items were found?
Yes.
Where was the first area that you picked up evidence from?
The first area was the alcove that contained the exit to the back of the building.
And if you could come down to the model and show us where that is.
The first area that I collected items of evidence would have been in here, this alcove area inside.
Could I have People's Exhibit 200? I'm going to hand you three items, photographs 2851 and 2852, and People's Exhibit 200. Do you recognize that item and those photographs?
Yes.
Is Exhibit 200 an item of evidence that you collected in the theater on July 22nd of 2012?
Yes.
And do those two photographs fairly and accurately reflect what you observed in the theater?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admittance of People's Exhibit 200 plus People's Exhibit 2851 and 2852.
Any objection?
I only object to 2852, the photograph under 403, 401, and due process grounds.
Let's see those pictures, please.
Yes, sir.
Would counsel approach, please, briefly? The objection is overruled. Here you go. And so P-TR-2851, 2852, and 200 are all admitted. 2852 over objection.
Could
And
I
all-
have-
And 2851 and 2852 may be published.
Could I have People's Exhibit 2851 up, please? What are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the first item of evidence that we placard. It is in the alcove near the exit door, and it's a fired shotgun shell.
And what is Exhibit 200, the physical exhibit that I gave you?
It is the shotgun shell pictured in the photograph.
Could I have People's Exhibit 2852? And what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the second item of evidence we placard in that same area on the floor, and it's a suspected bone fragment.
When you were searching the theater, did you find a number of what you suspected were bone fragments?
Yes.
Relevance 403.
Overruled, same ruling that I made with respect to P-TR-2852.
What is the next area that you collected evidence from?
On the floor just inside the theater near that alcove.
And if you could again approach the model and show us where that is.
So the next area that contained items of evidence was the floor just inside the alcove in the theater in that corner area.
And to be clear, item 1, was that in fact collected inside the vestibule?
Yes,
Okay. And now the items that we're going to were collected outside the vestibule on the floor.
correct.
Could I have people's exhibit, let's see, well, first I'm going to give you some photographs, I think. I'm going to hand you what have been marked as people's exhibits 2769, 2770, 2772, and 2849. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes,
How do you recognize them?
this is the area that I showed you on the model.
Do they fairly and accurately represent what you observed in the theater on July 22nd of 2012?
Yes,
Your Honor, I would move for the admittance of People's Exhibits 2769, 2770, 2772, and 2849.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR 2769, 2770, 2772, and 2849 are admitted and may be published.
And if I could have 2769 up first, please. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
we are facing the alcove that contains the exit door, and we are looking at the floor just inside the theater from that alcove, and there's items of evidence marked on the floor.
2770, please. Is that a slightly closer view of the same?
Yes,
2772? And what are we looking at here?
this is a shotgun that was on the floor, and you can also see a fired shotgun shell.
And 2849, please? And what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is another view of the items of evidence that are on the floor. You can see a shotgun, several fired shotgun shells, a pocket knife, and several loaded high-capacity magazines, gun magazines.
Thank you. And could I have People's Exhibit 277? Do you recognize item 277, or People's Exhibit 277?
Yes, this is the shotgun depicted in the photographs you just saw.
That you picked up?
Correct.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of People's Exhibit 277.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR 277 is admitted.
And where in the theater was this shotgun located?
Shotgun was collected from the floor just inside the vestibule.
Does this shotgun have a serial number on it?
Yes,
Is there one that you're able to read?
it is marked on the outside of the packaging, if I can read that serial number.
If you could, please.
It is RS77140F.
Thank you. And
Ms. Pearson, has that item been rendered safe?
it has. And if you could explain to the jury how that item has been rendered safe.
Yes, there is a protective lock run through the ejection port of the gun, so no items can go into the gun to be fired.
And there's no ammunition in the gun.
Correct, there is no ammunition with this firearm.
Thank you. Could I have People's Exhibits 201, 203, 204, and 205? Thank you. I'm going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 201, 203, 204, 205, as well as Exhibits 2853, 2857, and 2855 for the moment. So turning first to People's Exhibit 2853, which is a photograph. If you could take a look, okay. As well as People's Exhibit 201. Do you recognize those items?
Yes.
What are they?
One is a photograph of a shotgun shell at placard 4, and the other item is the item of evidence, the shotgun shell in the photograph.
Is this an item of evidence you collected and a photograph that fairly and accurately represented?
Yes.
Looking next at People's Exhibit 203 and People's Exhibit 2855. Do you recognize that photograph as well as that item?
Yes.
Is that an item that you collected in the theater at Placard 6?
Yes.
And People's Exhibit 2857. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
Does that also fairly and accurately represent what you observed in the theater on July 22nd of 2012?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admittance of People's Exhibits 201, 203, 204, and People's Exhibit 2853, 2857, and 2855.
So you're not moving 205 at this time,
I will in the next group.
okay? Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-201, 203, 204, 2853, 2855, and 2857 are all admitted.
Turning first to People's Exhibit 2853, could we have that published, please? And what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is a fired shotgun shell at placard 4 on the floor in the area that I pointed out on the model.
Just inside just outside of the vestibule, inside the theater near the floor?
Correct, just inside the theater, near the alcove.
In People's Exhibit 201? Is that the shotgun shell that's reflected in this photograph?
Yes.
Turning next, could I have People's Exhibit 2857, please?
The pocket knife and a loaded high-capacity gun magazine.
What placard numbers do we see in this photograph?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. 6 is a little hard to read on my screen, but it's the bottom one.
And People's Exhibit 2855? Is that a better photograph of placard 6?
Yes.
People's Exhibit 203, what is the physical exhibit?
203 is the fired shotgun shell at placard 6.
And People's Exhibit 204,
Exhibit 204 is the fired shotgun shell at placard 7.
I'm now going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 2856 and 2859 photographs. And you already have People's Exhibit 205. Do these photographs fairly and accurately represent what you observed in the theater?
Yes.
And is Exhibit 205 an exhibit that you collected in the theater?
Correct.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of People's Exhibit 205 as well as 2856 and 2859.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-205, 2856, and 2859 are admitted and may be published.
Could I have 2856, please? What are we seeing in this photograph?
This is placards 7 and 8, a fired shotgun shell and a loaded high-capacity gun magazine.
Now, did you collect the magazines at the same time that you were going through and collecting the rest of the numerical items?
We did not. We waited to collect them after we were done collecting the other items of evidence so that we could count the items inside of the gun magazine.
And People's Exhibit 204, is that the shotgun shell that is reflected in People's Exhibit 2856?
Yes, 204, Exhibit 204 is the spent shotgun shell at placard 7.
Could I have People's Exhibit 2859, please? Is this placard 10?
Yes.
And item 205 is, what is that?
Exhibit 205 is the fired shotgun shell depicted in the photograph.
What area did you next collect items of evidence from in Theater 9?
We continued moving, as if you're looking at the screen, to the left, so further away from that alcove, still in front of the seats, so in between the screen and that first row of seats.
And could you again step down to the model and show us where we're talking about?
So this is the original area we talked about. The second area that we just concluded with is right here. We just continued on the floor inward here between the screen and the front row of seats.
Could I have People's Exhibits 206 to 215? And I'm going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 2948, 2860, and 2861. Do you recognize all of those exhibits?
Yes.
Are those items that you collected in the theater on July 22nd of 2012?
Yes.
And do those photographs fairly and accurately represent the items that you collected from placards in the theater on that same day?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admittance of People's Exhibits 2948, 2860, 2861, and People's Exhibits 206, 207, 208, 209, 210, 211, 212, 213, 214, and 215.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-206 through 215 inclusive are admitted, and P-TR-2948, 2860, and 2861 are admitted, and all of those items may be published.
Could I first have People's Exhibit 2948? Now, what are we looking at in this photograph, and where are we in the theater?
We are, if you're facing the screen, we're continuing to the left, away from the alcove. And in the far left side of the photograph, you can see some of those items of evidence we've previously talked about in photographs. And to the right, or more centrally located in the picture, are more placards of evidence.
People's Exhibit 2860, please. And what placards do we have here?
We have placards 11, 12, 13, and 14, and this photograph is a closer image of the centrally located items of evidence in the previous photo.
And could I have, and looking at People's Exhibit 206, the physical exhibit of People's Exhibits 206, 207, 208, and 209, first of all. What are they?
These are fired cartridge cases,
And do you know what caliber?
223. And
What kind of a firearm are those fired from?
they are fired from a rifle.
And the items that I just asked you about through 206 through 209, are those items that are reflected at placards 11, 12, 13, and 14?
Correct.
Could I have People's Exhibit 2861? Do we have an additional placard that we see in this photograph?
Yes, we can now see placard 15.
What is item 210 that you have in front of you?
Item 210 is another fired cartridge case, 223, from placard 15.
So when we refer to spent cases or fired casings, these are one that have been shot through a firearm.
Correct.
I'm going to hand you photographs marked 2862, 2783, 2863, and 2865. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
And do they fairly and accurately represent placards that you put in the theater in July of 2012?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admittance of People's Exhibits 2862, 2783, 2863, and 2865.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-2862, 2783, 2863, and 2865 are admitted and may be published.
Could I have 2862, please? what part of the theater are we in at this point?
You can start to see the carpet of where those first rows of seats are located within the front of the theater, near the screen. Moving as if you're facing the screen, moving left away from that alcove.
And People's Exhibit 211 is a physical exhibit?
Yes, Exhibit 211 is the item depicted in the photograph.
And what item is this? What is this?
It is another fired cartridge case, a 223.
Could I have People's Exhibit 2783, please? Are we looking at more placard numbers here, 17 and 18?
Yes,
Are these also fired 223 casings?
correct.
And People's Exhibits 212 and 213, the physical exhibits,
Yes,
are those the items that are reflected in this photograph?
yes.
Could I have People's Exhibit 2863, please? And if you could look at People's Exhibit 214. Is the item 214 another fired casing reflected in this photograph at placard 19?
Yes.
And 2865, please? What placard are we at here?
Placard 20.
And what is item 215?
Item 215 is the fired cartridge case depicted in the photograph at placard 20.
Thank you.
Ms. Pearson, let's go ahead and take our morning break at this time, okay?
Okay.
All right, members of the jury, it's about 10:16. Let's go ahead and take our morning break. Please keep in mind that my advisements apply during the break, okay? Have a good break. I'll see you back in about 20 minutes. The record should reflect that the jury has left the courtroom now. All right, have a good break, folks. I'll see you back in about 20 minutes. Thank you. The court will be in recess. Please be seated. Back on the record, this is the people of the state of Colorado versus James Egan Holmes, case number 12 CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys and the prosecutors are present as well. We are outside the presence of the jury. All right, would counsel please approach? By the way, Ms. Pearson, did you modify P-TR-286 in accordance with my comments at the bench?
Yes, Your Honor, we took off the packaging.
Great, thank you. Okay, let's bring the jury in, please. Welcome back, members of the jury. Be seated, everyone. Right before the break, Ms. Pearson was in the middle of her direct examination of Nicholas John Freeman Carroll. Actually, yeah, it was the crime scene investigator. Okay, you may proceed with the rest of your direct examination, Ms. Pearson. And sir, I will inform you that you are still under oath, okay? Great. Ms. Pearson, you may proceed.
I'm going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 2789, 2868, 2864, and People's Exhibits 216, 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21. I'll take those photos from you. Do you recognize those photographs as depicting what you observed in the theater? And do you recognize exhibits 216 through 221 as items that you collected?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 2789, 2868, 2864, and 216 through 221.
Any objection? Without objection, P-TR-2789, 2868, 2864, and 216 through 221 inclusive are admitted and may be published.
Could I have People's Exhibit 2789, please? And I think we had last finished with placard number 20. What placards do we now see on this photograph?
We now see 21, 22, 23, and 24 with their items of evidence. You can also see placard 25, but the item it is marking is not in the photograph.
Are we still in the same area of the theater, on the floor, between the screen and the first row of seats?
Yes.
And People's Exhibits 216, 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21, what are those items?
These are fired 223 cartridge cases.
Are they the items that were found at placards that we see in this photograph?
Correct.
Could I also have People's Exhibit 2868? Did we see a fraction of placard 25 in the last photograph as well?
Yes.
Is that also a 223 spent casing?
Correct.
And People's Exhibit 2864? Is that placard 26?
Yes.
And is that People's Exhibit 221?
Yes.
Is that also a spent 223 casing?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. I am next, I would next like Exhibits 222 through 233. also hand you would have been marked as People's Exhibits 2790, 2869, 2870, and 2871.
Did you say 2790, 2868, 2870, and 2871?
Yes, Your Honor.
I show that 2868 was already admitted. Am I wrong about that?
So I said 2790, 2869.
Okay, you said 68.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
So it's 2790.
2869, 2870, and 2871.
All right, thank you.
Do the photographs that I have handed you, as well as the exhibits 222 to 233, all reflect evidence that you collected in the theater and what you observed in the theater in July of 2012?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admittance of People's Exhibits 2789. Wait a minute, sorry, I already did those. For 2790, 2869, 2870, 2871, and People's Exhibits 222 through 233 inclusive.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, P-TR-2790, 2869, 2870, 2871, and 22 through, or excuse me, 222 through 233 exclusive are admitted and may be published.
Could I have 2790, please? And it's a little difficult to see in this photograph, but can you tell us what placards are depicted?
Placards 27, 28, 30, 33, 36, 37, and 38 are visible.
And could I have 2869, please? What do we see in this photograph?
Placard 29, 30, 31, and there are items of evidence that they are marking.
And are both of these photographs that we've just looked at all spent 223 casings?
Yes.
2870? What are we looking at here?
This is placard 33, 36, 37, and 38.
And again, what kind of items are these?
They are fired 223 cartridge cases.
And 2871? And what is this?
This is placard 34 and 35, which are also depicting fired 223 cartridge cases.
Now, are these all in the same area that we've been talking about between the screen and the first row of seats?
Yes.
Turning to exhibits 222 to 233, what are these items? Starting first with, say, 222 to, well, just each, if you could just tell us what each one is, please.
Each one is the fired cartridge case that we have depicted in the photographs. There are placards 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, and 38.
And are all of those physical items spent 223 casings?
Yes.
Could I next have People's Exhibits 234 to 241? And I'm going to hand you photographs marked as 2872, 2792, 2875, 2876, 2877, and 2878. Have you had an opportunity to look at those photographs and those exhibits?
Yes,
Are those exhibits that you collected in the theater and in July of 2012, and are those photographs that fairly and accurately represent what you did in the theater and collected in the theater?
yes,
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 234 through 241 inclusive, as well as People's Exhibits 2872, 2792, 2875, 2876, 2877, and 2878.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-234 through 241 inclusive are admitted and may be published. Similarly, P-TR-2872 and 2792 are admitted and may be published. And P-TR-2875 through 2878 inclusive are admitted and may be published.
Could I have first People's Exhibit 2872? What placard are we looking at?
we are looking at placard 39, and it is depicting another fired .223 cartridge case.
And People's Exhibit 234, is that the item that we see in this photograph?
Yes,
And are we still in this area between the floor, on the floor between the screen and the first row of seats?
yes,
2792, please. What do we see in this photograph?
we see placards 40 and 41, which also are marking fired .223 cartridge cases.
Are Exhibit 235 and 236 the items that we see in this photograph?
Yes,
Turning next to People's Exhibit 2875. Is that placards 42 and 43?
yes,
What are those items?
fired .223 cartridge cases.
Are those the items that are also reflected in physical exhibits 237 and 238?
Yes,
People's Exhibit 2876? Placard 44?
yes,
And could you also look at People's Exhibit 239? And what is this item?
it is a fired .223 cartridge case.
People's Exhibit 2877? What is this item that we see in the photograph?
This is placard 45, and it is a fired .223 cartridge case.
And is that also People's Exhibit 240?
Yes,
And 2878, please. And what is that?
the images of placard 46 and the fired .223 cartridge case that it is marking.
And People's Exhibit 241?
241 is the fired cartridge case at placard 46.
Could I now have People's Exhibits 242 through 246? And I'm also going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 2879, 2880, 2796, 2798, and 2881. And if you could take a look at both the photographs and the physical exhibits. Do you recognize those photographs and those physical exhibits as items that you collected in the theater in July of 2012 and photographs that also reflect those items?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of People's Exhibits 242 to 246 inclusive, as well as 2879, 2880, 2796, 2798, and 2881.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, 242 through 246 inclusive are admitted. And that's P-TR-242 through 246. And then P-TR-2879, 2880, 2796, 2798, and 2881 are all admitted and may be published.
Could I have 2879, please? What are we looking at in this photograph?
This is placard 47, and it is a fired 223 cartridge case.
2880, please. And what is this?
This is placard 48, and it is a fired shotgun shell.
2796. What placards do we see here?
We see placards 46 and 49. Both of them are fired 223 cartridge cases.
We also see a reflection in the, or a shadow in the center of the picture. Do you know what that is?
Yes, that is one of the seats, and the circle with the X through it that you're seeing is a cup holder.
2798, please. What are we looking at here?
These are placards 50, 52, 53, and 54, and they are all fired 223 cartridge cases.
And 2881. What is this?
This is placard 50, and it is marking a fired 223 cartridge case.
Next, turning to the exhibits, People's Exhibit 242, what is that?
A fired 223 cartridge case from placard 47.
243,
A fired shotgun shell at placard 48.
244,
A fired 223 cartridge case at placard 49.
245,
A fired cartridge case at placard 50.
246,
A fired 223 cartridge case at placard 51.
Could I have People's Exhibits 247 to 255, please? And I'm also going to hand you what has been marked as People's Exhibits 2883, 2882, 2884, 2885, 2886, 2887, 2888, and 2891. Are you ready?
Yes.
Have you had a chance to review both the photographs and the physical exhibits?
Yes.
Are those photographs that reflect items that you collected in the theater, and are those physical items that you did in fact collect in the theater?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of People's Exhibits 2883, 2882, 2884, 2885, 2886, 2887, 2888, 2891, and People's Exhibits 247 through 255 inclusive.
Any objection?
Objection.
Without objection, P-TR-2882 through 2888 are admitted. That's inclusive. And then P-TR-2891 is admitted. And P-TR-247 through 255 inclusive are admitted. And all of those may be published.
Could I have People's Exhibit 2883? What are we looking at here?
This is placard 52, and it is marking a fired 223 cartridge case.
And are we still in the area on the floor between the screen and the first row of seats?
Yes.
Placard 53? Or, I'm sorry, 2882? And is this placard 53?
Yes.
And what is the item?
It is marking a fired 223 cartridge case.
2884? What is this?
This is placard 54, marking a fired 223 cartridge case.
2885, please. And what is this?
Placard 55, marking a fired 223 cartridge case.
2886? What do we see here?
Placard 56, another fired 223 cartridge case.
2887? What is this?
Placard 57, a fired 223 cartridge case.
2888? What is this?
Placard 59, a fired 223 cartridge case.
And 2891? What is this?
Placard 60, a fired 223 cartridge case.
Turning next to the physical exhibits, could you tell us what Exhibit 247 is?
A fired 223 cartridge case from placard 52.
248, what is that?
A fired .223 cartridge case from placard 53.
249, what is that?
A fired .223 cartridge case from placard 54.
Exhibit 250,
A fired .223 cartridge case from placard 55.
251,
A fired .223 cartridge case from placard 56.
252,
A fired .223 cartridge case from placard 57.
253,
A fired .223 cartridge case from placard 58.
254,
A fired .223 cartridge case from placard 59.
255,
A fired .223 cartridge case from placard 60.
Now, you indicated that you'd put down 123 placards on that day that you collected?
Correct.
The 61 through 123, they were collected by someone else, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, did you also collect magazines that were in the theater?
Yes.
Did you wait and do that till after you'd collected the other items?
Correct.
Why was that?
We noticed the gun magazines were loaded, so we were going to unload them and count the rounds of ammunition that were inside the gun magazine. So we decided we wanted to wait until all the other items of evidence were collected, and then we could go back and unload all of those and count the rounds of ammunition that were inside.
If I could have People's Exhibits 256, 57, 257, and 258. And I'm going to hand you what has been marked as People's Exhibits 2949, 2771, 2858, 2953, and 2954. And if I could also have People's Exhibits 259, 260, and 261. Turning first to photographs, 2949, 2858, 2771, 2953, and 2954. Do those items fairly and accurately represent items that you collected in the theater in July of 2012?
Yes.
And the items 256 through 261 inclusive, are those items that you collected in the theater?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admittance of People's Exhibits 256 through 261, as well as photographs 2949, 2958, 2771, 2953, and 2954.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-256 through 261 inclusive are admitted, as are P-TR-2941, 2771, 2858, 2953, and 2954, and they may be published.
Could I have 2949, please? What are we looking at in this photograph?
These are placards and items of evidence that are on the floor inside the theater near the alcove that contains the exit door.
And are two of these magazines?
Yes.
Are these magazines that are at placards 8 and placard 9?
Yes.
And the items 256 through 261 are those magazines that were collected at these placards, at placard 8 and placard 9.
Yes.
Could I have People's Exhibit 2858, please? What do we see in this photograph?
This is a close-up image of placard 8 and placard 9 and the gun magazines located at those placards.
Now, are there also spent shotgun shells in that photograph?
Yes,
Now, 8 and 9 look like they're joined together. Are they two separate items?
they are two separate items.
We've been talking a lot about spent magazine, about spent casings, spent shells. Are these magazines loaded with live ammo?
Yes, they are loaded with live ammunition that is unfired and is ready to be fired.
2771, please. What do we see in this photograph?
This is another image of the gun magazines.
Is the shotgun at the top of the photograph?
Yes, the top center is the butt of the rifle or the shotgun.
2053, please. I'm sorry, 2953. What are we looking at in this photograph?
2953 is a photograph of the gun magazine at placard 8. It has been unloaded and all the unfired rounds of ammunition that were located in the gun magazine are now laid next to it.
How many rounds were in this magazine?
There were 39.
And if you could show us People's Exhibits 256, 257, and 258, could hold those up. What are those items?
These are the items depicted in the photograph. Exhibit 256 is the gun magazine, and exhibits 257 and 258 are the live rounds of ammunition removed from the gun magazine.
And are they 257 and 258 in two separate envelopes? Why?
They are separated because they had different head stamps stamped on the bottom of the cartridge case. They were LC11 and LC12. They are all 223 rounds of ammunition, though.
Thank you. And could I have People's Exhibit 2954? What do we see in this photograph?
This is the gun magazine located at placard 9, and all of the live rounds unfired have been removed from the gun magazine and are next to it.
How many rounds were in this magazine?
38.
And is this, are these 223 rounds?
Yes.
If you could show us exhibits 279, or I'm sorry, 259, 260, and 261. And what are these exhibits in relationship to what's in this photograph?
This is the gun magazine and the live rounds removed from the gun magazine. Exhibit 259 is the magazine. 260 and 261 are the live cartridges.
Now, if you could step down again and show us where in the theater these magazines at placard 8 and 9 were collected.
The gun magazines at placard 8 and 9 were removed from this general area right here, inside the theater near the alcove.
On the right side of the theater.
Correct. As if you're facing the screen, it's on the right side of the theater on the floor.
Could I have People's Exhibits 262, 263, and 264? And I'm going to hand you what has been marked as People's Exhibits 2814, 2837, 2918, and 2955. Do you recognize those photographs and the items that I've handed you as items that you collected in the theater and photographs that depict those items?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admittance of People's Exhibits 2814, 2837, 2918, and 2955.
Any objection? Yes. Could I see those pictures, please?
Yes, sir.
right, here you go, sir. The objection is overruled. And so, overruling the objection, P-TR-2814, 2837, 2918, and 2955 are admitted.
As well as, Your Honor, 262 through 264?
I don't think you moved the admission of 262 through 264. Are you moving?
I am, Your Honor.
Any objection to the admission of 262 through 264?
Objection.
All right, P-TR-262 through 264 inclusive are admitted. And to the extent that there's an objection, it is overruled for the reasons stated at the bench.
Could I have People's Exhibit 2814, please? What are we looking at in this photograph?
This is a photograph looking down the hallway that exits the theater. If you are facing the screen, it's on the right side of the theater, same wall as the alcove that we've been talking about.
2837? What do we see in this photograph?
This is a closer image in the hallway that I just mentioned, and there are placards marking evidence.
Were there magazines located in this hallway?
Yes.
And People's Exhibit 2918? What are we looking at here?
This is placard 89, and there is a loaded rifle magazine.
2955, please. What are we looking at here?
This is a photograph of the magazine at placard 89, and it has been unloaded, and the unfired live rounds of ammunition are next to the gun magazine.
How many rounds were in this magazine?
37.
Are these all 223 rounds?
Yes,
And these are live rounds?
correct.
And if you could show us on People's Exhibits 262, 263, and 264, how that relates to these photographs.
Exhibit 262 is the gun magazine. Exhibits 263 and 264 are the unfired live rounds of ammunition.
And if I could next have People's Exhibits 265, 266, and 267, and I will hand you what has been marked as People's Exhibit 28, 28, and 2957. Do you recognize People's Exhibits 28, 28, and 2957, as well as 268 or as 265 through 267 as items that you collected at the theater and that were photographed in July of 2012?
Yes,
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of People's Exhibits 265, 266, 267, and 28, 28, and 2957.
Any objection?
And to 2957 is cumulative to the other exhibits, but otherwise no further objection.
All right, the objection to P-TR-2957 is overruled based on my last ruling here at the bench. And so it is admitted and may be published. P-TR-265, 266, 267, and 2828 are admitted without objection and may be published.
Could I have People's Exhibit 28, 28, please? What are we looking at in this photograph?
At placard 90, we see a drum-style gun magazine, and there's several other placards marked with loose, live, unfired cartridge cases.
And 2957, please? What are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the drum-style gun magazine that was located at placard 90, and it has been disassembled, and the live rounds of ammunition have been removed and are next to the drum magazine.
What is the item that is just to the right of the drum magazine?
The rectangular black item is how that drum-style magazine connects to the firearm. The two black and silver pieces next to it that appear to be live rounds of ammunition are actually just pieces of metal that are located inside the drum that help the drum feed the rounds of ammunition to the firearm. And then you have a bracket and a couple screws next to it.
How many rounds of ammunition were found in this magazine?
26.
And if you could hold up People's Exhibits 265, 266, and 267 and show us what we're looking at there.
Exhibit 265 is the drum magazine. 266 and 267 are the live unfired cartridges removed from the magazine.
Thank you. Do you know how many rounds that kind of magazine holds?
I do not know for certain, but I've heard it's up near.
And I'm not going to ask you what you've heard, just if you know.
The objection is sustained.
Could I next have People's Exhibits 268, 269, 270, 271, 72, 73, 74, and 75? And I'm also going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 2922, 2958, 2929, 2959, 2926, and 2960. Are these items that you collected in the theater in July of 2012?
Yes.
And are these photographs that depict these items that you observed in the theater?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of People's Exhibits 268 through 275 inclusive, and 2922, 2925, 2926, 2958, 2959, and 2960.
Ms. Pearson, my notes reflect that what you said you were going to approach was 2922, 2958, 2929, 2959, 2926, and 2960. I don't have 2925 as one of the ones you had mentioned that you were gonna approach with.
I apologize, Your Honor, that was one that should have been included.
All right, so all of the ones that I mentioned plus 2925,
Yes, Your Honor.
any objection?
Objection to 2958, 2959, and 2960 is cumulative. No further objection.
All right, and is it based on the same grounds that you stated at the bench? All right, for the reasons I stated at the bench, the objection is overruled as to P-TAR-2958, 2959, and 2960. So all three of those are admitted and may be published. Without objection, P-TR-268 through 275 inclusive are admitted without objection and may be published. And P-TR-2922, 2929, 2926, and 2925 are admitted without objection and may be published.
Your Honor, I may have misheard. 2922, 2925, 2926, and then the 29s, 58, 59, and 60. Did I read you a wrong number?
Well, what I wrote down based on what you said is 2922, 2958, 2929, 2959, 2926, 2960, and 2925.
There is no 2929.
Okay. So you must have said 2925 when, or 2929 when you meant to say 2925, and that,
Correct.
okay. All right, so 2929 is not among the pictures being introduced right now. All right, you may proceed.
Could I have 2922, please? What do we see in this photograph?
In this photograph, you can see placard 98, and it is marking a loaded handgun magazine.
Where is this in the theater?
This is also in the hallway by the other loaded gun magazines.
Could I have 2925, please? And what are we looking at here?
2925 is placard 101, and it is depicting a loaded gun magazine.
2926, please. What do we see here?
This is placard 102, and there is also a loaded gun magazine at placard 102.
Turning next to to 2958. What is in this photograph?
This is the loaded handgun magazine that was at placard 98. It has been unloaded, and there are 15 live rounds of ammunition next to it.
And could you hold up, please, People's Exhibits 268 and 269?
Exhibit 268 is the gun magazine, and Exhibit 269 are the live rounds removed from the gun magazine.
Could I have People's Exhibit 259, 2959, please? What is this showing?
2959 depicts the gun magazine at placard 101 and it shows it's been unloaded and shows the live cartridges next to it.
How many rounds were in this magazine?
35.
And could you show us People's Exhibits 270, 271, and 272?
Exhibit 270 is the gun magazine. 271 and 272 are the live rounds of ammunition that were removed from the gun magazine.
And could I have People's Exhibit 2960? What do we see in this photograph?
2960 is the gun magazine from placard 102 and the live rounds removed from the gun magazine.
How many rounds were in this magazine?
There were 31.
And could you show us People's Exhibits 273, 274, and 275?
Exhibit 273 is the gun magazine. 274 and 275 are the live rounds removed from the gun magazine.
Thank you. And could you show us where this set of magazines was on the model? And we're talking about placards 89, 98, 101, 102.
The previously discussed items of evidence were located in the hallway as you exit the theater, facing the screen on the right side, right in this area. Can you guys see that over there? Okay.
We want to pull this around. You could point that out again, please. Hallway that's on the right hallway facing it. Now, after you had collected all of the spent casings in the theater, including the casings that Maria Petalina ultimately collected, did you determine how many spent shotgun shells there were in the theater?
Yes,
How many were there?
there were 6 spent shotgun shells.
Did you determine how many spent 223 rounds there were in the theater?
Yes,
How many were there?
there were 65 spent 223 cartridge cases.
Did you determine how many spent 40 caliber casings there were in the theater?
Yes,
How many?
there were 5 spent 40 caliber cartridge cases.
Did you also count up all of the live ammunition that you found in the theater?
Yes,
How many live rounds of 223 ammo did you find in the theater?
there were 218 live rounds of 223.
Did you find live 40 caliber ammunition in the theater?
Yes,
How much?
6.
40 caliber, do you call 16?
Yes, there were 16.
And 40 caliber rounds would be used in a handgun?
Correct.
Did you also find miscellaneous shot pellets in the theater?
Yes.
Are shot pellets really small?
Yes, in this case they were.
Or these shot pellets? Now, in addition to collecting all of the items that were at the different placards, did you also sift through all of the trash that you found in the theater?
Yes.
Could I have 291 and 292, please? As part of sifting through the trash, did you find any items that were related to firearms?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibits 291 and 292. Do you recognize these items?
Yes.
And how do you recognize them?
There is bullet fragments and shot pellets.
Are these items that you collected in the theater in July of 2012?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of People's Exhibits 291 and 292.
Any objection?
Objection.
Without objection, P-TR-291 and 292 are admitted.
Now, you indicated that you had previously searched the roof of the theater, and did you do that from going outside on the top of the roof?
Correct.
Did you also try to look at the ceiling from inside the theater?
Yes.
And when did you do that, and why did you do that?
I believe that was Monday, and we had reports that shots may have been fired into the ceiling, so we were trying to find evidence to indicate yes or no if that occurred.
Were you successful in searching?
The idea was to go to the top of the ceiling, and it was a drop-down ceiling. We were going to push one of the tiles up and look across the rest of the theater, and if there was any damage in those tiles, we would see the light going through those holes or the damage. The ceiling was very tall, so we found a genie lift, an electric lift that we could push into the theater and down the hallway, so it was not very wide, and it had to go very high up, so it was not very stable. And then when we got to the top, we discovered that pushing the tile up, there was a very thick layer of insulation, so our idea of looking up and looking across the ceiling was not going to work. But while I was up there, I did visually examine best I could from that location, and I did not see any damage, but it was unsafe to try and move the lift and continually look in the ceiling any further.
While you were up in the genie lift, did you take any photographs?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 2587 and 2583. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
Are those ones that you took when you were up in the genie bucket on July 23rd, Monday?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of People's Exhibits 2583 and 2587.
Any objection? No objection. Without objection, P-TR-2583 and 2587 are admitted and may be published.
Could I have 2583, please? Was this, tell us what we're looking at in here and what all the little white things are.
The little white things are the placards that you have been seeing in photographs.
And is this taken from the lift? If you were on the left side of the theater facing the screen would be to the left side of the photograph?
Yes, the screen is removed and it's laying on the ground, but that is what you were looking at in the left side of the image. And the lift is located in the front left corner as if you're facing the screen. And we're looking into the theater.
Could I have 2587, please? Where is this photograph taken from? What's the vantage point?
This is again as if we're looking at the screen. We're on the left side at the very front of the theater, and I'm in the bucket lift looking out into the theater.
Were you asked to collect a couple of seats from the theater?
Yes.
What row and what seats are those?
It was row 8, seat 18 and 19. Row 8 is the first row in the stadium style seating. So it's the first row that begins to elevate in this image. And seats 18 and 19 are going to be on the left side. There's a railing in front of them.
Could you show us on the model where row 8, seat 18 and 19 are?
This first row in the elevated seating is row 8. We started counting, if you remember, from the left side. So this is 1. This seat is 20. So seats 19 and 18 are going to be these two seats here.
did you physically take the seats out of the theater?
Yes.
And what we've moved forward here, are these in fact the theater seats?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admittance of People's Exhibit 645.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-645 is admitted.
And if we could take off the covers.
Back it up a little bit, Ms. Pearson, please.
And if you could tell us, there are a number of markers on these seats. Do you know what those are?
Yes, these are markings when they went through and were marking any kind of potential bullet evidence, impacts, perforations, penetrations.
Now, did you also retrieve evidence from these seats?
Yes,
And what did you get out of the seats?
we removed, well, I personally removed a spent bullet and a quarter that the bullet impacted inside the seat.
I'm going to hand you what has been marked as People's Exhibit 646, sorry. And do you recognize this item?
Yes. This is the quarter that was in seat 18. It was in the seat bottom down here, inside.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of People's Exhibit 646.
Is there any objection? Without objection, it is admitted.
Your Honor, could I, well, I would like to publish my exhibits ultimately, but in the meantime, I guess could you explain what you observe about this quarter?
So the quarter has an impact mark in it, and when I lined up the bullet next to the quarter, they fit together.
Sustained.
Could we publish the quarter on the Elmo?
Do you need the...
Can you explain to us what we see in this photograph, or what we see in this, what we see of the quarter when it's under the Elmo, when it's magnified? If you could point out, and you may need to use the pointer to try to explain also what you're seeing there.
You're looking at a quarter. It's actually one of the state quarters, so I'm sure you're all familiar with that. There's some deformation on the edge of the quarter, and right in this area, there's an impact mark. So the quarter is dented inward.
Thank you. Could I have People's Exhibits, you can take a seat again, 298, 299, 300, and 301. I'm going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 298, 299, 300, and 301.
Prosecution is finished with the exhibit that's in the courtroom. I'd ask that it be removed or covered.
Ms. Pearson?
Your Honor, I don't have any more specific questions with regard to these particular seats.
Okay, so do you want to cover them then?
That's fine.
Okay.
And I'm also going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 3195, 3197, and 3279. Do you recognize all of these items as well as the photographs that I've handed you?
Yes.
Are these items that you collected from the theater and photographs that depict these items?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admittance of People's Exhibits 298 through 301 and People's Exhibits 3195 and 3197.
Ms. Pearson, I also showed that you approached with 2279. Did I write that wrong?
I think that was 3279, Your Honor.
3279?
Just now, the photographs are 3195 and 3197, I believe. Is that correct?
You also
Oh,
gave
and a
me
third one?
3279.
I'm sorry, what's the third one?
3279.
Okay.
All right, any objection to those exhibits, Ms. Spengler? Without objection, P-TR-298 through 301 inclusive are admitted, and P-TR-3195, 3197, and 3279 are all admitted and may be published.
Could I have 3195, please? What are we looking at here?
We are looking at a seat in the theater. It's marked as row 10, seat 8, and there's a lot of holes that are circled with magic marker in the image.
If, looking at People's Exhibit 298, how does 298 and 299 relate to what we're seeing in this photograph?
Exhibit 298 is the fabric. It's been removed from the seat, but it is the fabric that is depicted in the photograph.
And Exhibit 299?
Exhibit 299 is 59 shot pellets that when I removed the fabric and the cushioning in the seat back, there was a piece of wood. These were lodged in the wood of the seat.
Could you show us where row 10, seat 8 is on the model?
So again, this first row in the elevated seating is 8. So we have 8, 9, and 10. And then we counted from left to right as if we were facing the screen. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this is row 10, seat 8.
You can take a seat again. Could I have 3197, please? Is this photograph a close-up of that same material?
Correct.
Could I have People's Exhibit 3279, please? What are we looking at in this photograph?
This is another seat containing damage. It is row 11, seat 15.
And could you look at People's Exhibits 300 and 301, and how do they relate to this photograph?
Exhibit 300 is the fabric removed from the seat. Exhibit 301 is 28 shot pellets removed from that seat.
Could you also show us on the model where this seat is?
So it's row 11, seat 15. This is row 8, 9, 10, 11, and we go 15 across. So that is row 11, seat 15.
Thank you. I don't have any additional questions for you.
Ms. Spengler, do you have cross-examination?
No.
All right, and the jury appears to have a couple of questions, and so give us a moment, please. Would counsel please Okay, sir, the jury has submitted some questions, and based on the rules of law and other applicable rules of evidence, I have found that some of these are appropriate, and so I am going to ask the questions now. First, why weren't the rows outside of the aisles numbered?
We did that because we thought it might be a little confusing because we numbered the first row was the row closest to the screen. So as we moved back, we then had the rows on this side that were outside that nice line, outside the aisle. Had we started numbering with them, then we thought to ourselves, well, do we go 1, 2, and then go back down to row 1 and call that seat 3 and go across? So then the first several rows would be started at an odd number. So we started those with 1, and as we worked up, we just stuck with the aisle and continued with those as 1. And then the seats on the aisle, once we reached those, I believe those were rows 16 is about where those started. Then we just called those north of the aisle or on the other side of the theater, south of the aisle.
The next question is, how many empty magazines did you process at the scene?
I did not process any empty magazines. If you are referring to the loaded magazines, those were processed later back at the lab.
The next question is, what was the brand of the shotgun set forth as People's Exhibit number 2272?
I believe it was a Remington 870 Tactical.
The next question is, what brand of rifle were the gun magazines in People's Exhibit 2771 used in, if you know? You can't speculate, but if you know.
The magazines themselves, what brand were those?
No, what brand of rifle were the gun magazines in People's Exhibit 2771 used in?
I don't think I understand the question. Are we talking about the rifle or the gun magazines?
That's okay, we'll skip it.
Okay.
The next question is, what type of firearm is the magazine found in placard number 90 used in, if you know?
I would need a refresher on what was at placard 90, which
Okay.
magazine that was.
All right, any follow-up questions based on those questions, Ms. Pearson?
If placard 90 was the drum magazine, what kind of firearm is a drum magazine used in?
The drum magazine is usually used in a rifle.
Any follow-up questions, Ms. Spengler? No. All right, sir, thank you. Ms. Pearson, may he be released from his subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection? All right, sir, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Members of the jury, it's almost 12:20, so we're gonna go ahead and take our lunch break at this time. The people have requested to publish the exhibits that were admitted this morning, at least some of them, and I have granted that request, but we're gonna take our lunch break first, and so I will allow publication of the exhibits after the lunch hour, okay? Please keep in mind that my advisements apply during the lunch break, and all of them are mandatory and extremely important. Have a good lunch, and I'll see you back here in an hour and a half. Thank you. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom. Is there anything that we need to talk about at this time on behalf of the people?
Very briefly, Judge, I think
Everyone may be seated, by the way. Go ahead, Mr. Edson.
Just briefly, I think for the prosecution, I'm going to be one that's going to require some exhibits coming back out. And just, I want to follow the court's best practices here. Do you want me to announce it before the next break? Do you want me to contact your bailiffs? How do you want me to do that?
Just talk to my staff.
Thank you,
before
Judge.
the next break. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
All right, anything on behalf of the defense, Ms. Spengler? No. Did you have something, Ms. Teach McGuire? Yes. All right, anything else? Okay, have a good lunch, folks. The court will be in recess. Please be seated. Good afternoon, everyone. This is the case of the people of the state of Colorado versus James Egan Holmes, case number 12 CR 1522. The records reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys, and the prosecutors are present as well. We are outside the presence of the jury. Would counsel approach so that I can follow up on the communication from the juror earlier today, who has asked us to keep this private? Okay, let's bring the jury in, please. Please be seated, everyone. Welcome back, members of the jury. I hope you had a good lunch. Yes, good. I don't know if you get a chance to go out, but it's a beautiful day out there. So I think that at the end of the morning session, there was an outstanding request to publish some of the exhibits that were admitted earlier today. Ms. Pearson, are you still asking that some of those exhibits be published?
I am, Your Honor. I would ask that everything be published with the exception of the chairs.
Okay. All right, Ms. Gerlings and Ms. Zagel. And it probably makes sense to go row by row to avoid any confusion. Or to just go with the first row. Okay, the record should reflect that we just finished publishing all of the exhibits admitted this morning with the exception of the photographs and the seats. Call your next witness, please.
People call Brian Platt.
Could I have you raise your right hand so that I can administer an oath? You solemnly swear or affirm in the penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I do. Please be seated. Could you please tell us your full name and spell your first, middle, and last names?
Brian Thomas Platt, BrianThomasPlatt.
Thank you. Mr. Edson, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Sir, what do you do for a living?
I own a company called KeepShooting.com.
Are you also familiar with a company name, BTP Arms?
Yes, that is a trading company I also own.
First of all, what is KeepShooting.com?
It is a website that I use to market goods that I import from Europe.
What is BTP Arms? And also, how is that related to KeepShooting.com?
BTP Arms is the licensed entity that I use to purchase the goods that are sold on KeepShooting.com.
How long have you been in business with KeepShooting.com?
Since October of 2002.
Fair to say you were in business in May of 2012?
Yes, sir.
Also July of 2012?
Yes, sir.
What type of products are sold through your website of KeepShooting.com?
It's primarily military surplus and firearms accessories.
I'm going to direct your attention to a date on or around May 10th of 2012. On or around that time period, did you receive an order from an individual by the name of James Holmes?
Yes.
I also want to direct your attention to a time period shortly after July 20th of 2012. In the days, weeks, and months after July 20th, 2012, were you contacted by law enforcement requesting records associated with James Holmes?
Yes, I was.
Did you provide those records to law enforcement?
Yes, I did.
Who else is employed or employees of KeepShooting.com?
I have some family that works for me, and folks that I hired. So it's primarily a small family-oriented business.
Let me ask you this. What is your role in KeepShooting.com? Are you the owner, CEO?
I am the sole proprietor, the sole owner. It's 100% my business. There's no partners or anything like that.
Okay. Are you familiar with the record-keeping system with KeepShooting.com?
Yes, I am.
Are you the one that actually,
Yes, I do.
you handle all the records?
Yes, every business record is maintained by me.
You are the custodian of records?
Yes.
The records that you provided to law enforcement related to James Holmes' purchase of May 2012, were those records kept in your normal and ordinary course of business?
Yes, they were.
Are they an accurate reflection of the order from May of 2012?
Yes, it is.
And may I approach the witness, please?
Yes.
For the record, I have shown the exhibit to counsel as well. Sir, I've handed you what's been previously marked as People's Exhibit 651. I believe it's a two-page document. I'd like you to take a look at that and tell me when you're done.
Okay, I'm done.
Have you seen that exhibit before?
Yes, I have.
Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is the printout that I provided to law enforcement.
The two separate pages, just in general, without getting into great detail, what do they refer to?
They refer to an order that was placed on May 10th, 2012.
And was there a customer associated with that purchase?
Yes, the customer name is James Holmes.
And do those records fairly and accurately depict the invoice and order documentation that's kept in the normal and ordinary course of KeepShooting.com's business?
Yes, they do.
Judge, I would move for admission of People's Exhibit 651.
Any objection, Ms. Brady?
No, sir.
All right, without objection, P-TR-651 is admitted and may be published.
Thank you, Judge. Could I please have the first page of People's Exhibit 651 published on the screens? Sir, I'm not going to ask you to stand up or anything. I just need you to keep your voice up into the microphone. Can you see that up on the screen?
Yes.
You also have the actual physical exhibit in front of you as well, as you need to refer to that. My first question is, what is the date of the order for People's Exhibit 651?
It's May 10th, 2012.
Do you even have a time associated approximately?
Yes, the time would be 2:02 and 11 seconds in the morning.
I see there, it says order status complete. What does that refer to?
That references that this order has been shipped.
I'm going to draw your attention to the right side of the first page of People's Exhibit 651, where it says customer name, email. Can you talk to the jury about those, please?
Yeah, the customer name is James Holmes, and that would have been what was entered into the website when the order was placed. Looks like the email address is dsherlockb@hotmail.com. And customer group is not logged in.
What does that mean?
That means that when the order was placed, an account was not created.
Somewhat in the middle there, there's a section that says place from IP. Do you see that?
I do.
What is the IP number, please?
It's 67.166.24.237.
Can you tell the jury, please, the billing and shipping address for that particular order?
Yes, the billing and shipping addresses are the same, and they are James Holmes, 1690 Paris Street, number 10, Aurora, Colorado, 80010, United States.
If I could scroll down just a bit, please. The middle of the screen there, payment information, do you see that section?
Yes,
Fair to say a credit card was used?
yes,
What type of credit card?
a MasterCard.
Can you tell the jury the last four digits of that card number, please?
Yes, the last four digits were 2217.
And the name on the card?
James E. Holmes.
If I could scroll down a bit further, please. And a little bit more, maybe one more click. Sir, now I have here, I think, and you tell me if I'm wrong, I think this is the actual product information. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that is the product information.
Can you tell the jury, please, what was ordered by James Holmes on May 10th, 2012 from KeepShooting.com?
2 clear-out 6-ounce tear gas grenades.
Anything else?
Nothing else was ordered.
What was the grand total, including any shipping that may occur?
$43.79.
Again, towards the end there, at the bottom, it says, it's got a May 14th date, and it says complete. What does that refer to?
That refers to the date and time that the order was shipped, and it lists a UPS World Ship tracking number.
Based on your review of these records, does it appear that this order was complete and successfully transferred to the customer?
Yes, it does.
If I could go to page 2 of People's Exhibit 651, please. Just for completeness, that top information, what is that referring to, if anything?
It just has the address of our company, invoice number, and order date.
And the next page of People's Exhibit 651. This one's a little bit harder to read, but I'd just like you to tell the jury, what is this document?
This document would have been included in the box that was shipped to the customer that placed the order.
Does this also include the product that was ordered?
Yes, it does list the product that was ordered.
And what was that?
Clear out 6-ounce tear gas grenade, 2 of them.
Thank you. If I could have People's Exhibit 2138, it's a photograph already admitted. Sir, up on the screen now is People's Exhibit 2138. It's already been admitted into evidence. Can you take a look at that photograph?
Yes,
Do you recognize that?
yes.
What is that?
That is a 6-ounce clear out grenade.
Is that the same type of clear-out grenade that was ordered?
Yes, it would be the same type.
Let me finish that last question. The
Right.
same type of clear-out that was ordered in, that you referred to in People's Exhibit 651?
Yes,
Are you familiar with clear-out?
yes.
What is it?
It is very similar to a roach fogger that you would buy at Home Depot.
Are you familiar with the effects of clear-out if somebody comes in contact with it?
No, I'm not familiar with the effects.
Okay, you can take that down, thank you. Is clear-out like a tear gas type of product?
It's more similar to pepper spray.
Okay. And fair to say, you do not manufacture clear-out?
No, I don't.
Okay. Based on the information that you have from the records, was this order of quantity of 2 clear-outs placed before June 7th, 2012?
Yes, it was.
Was this order of clear-out, these 2 quantities of clear-out, also placed before May 17th of 2012?
Yes, it was.
Judge, one moment, please.
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Cross-examination, Ms. Brady?
No questions, thank you.
And the jury does not seem to have any questions. May this witness be released from his subpoena, Mr. Edson?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection, Ms. Brady? No, sir. All right, thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Call your next witness, please.
Judge, can I have one moment, please?
Yes. You can put all those exhibits on the table unless you're gonna use those. Thank you.
Your Honor, the people call Christopher Russell. Judge, I am going to retrieve the one exhibit if I may be allowed to.
Yes. I can administer an oath. You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Please be seated. Could you please tell us your full name and spell your first, middle, and last name?
My name is Christopher Eugene Russell, Christopher, Eugene, Eugene, Russell, Russell.
Mr. Edson, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, how are you employed?
I'm a owner proprietor of Bulletproof Body Armor HQ.
What is Bulletproof Body Armor HQ?
It's a online business that allows people to purchase protective clothing and items for their personal protection.
I'm going to have you speak a little bit more, and you can move that microphone if you need to.
Okay.
Are you the owner and CEO of that company?
Yes, sir, I am.
As the sole proprietor and owner of Bulletproof Body Armor HQ, are you familiar with the record-keeping system for that company?
I am.
Are you, in fact, the sole person responsible for all the records of customer orders and such for Bulletproof Body Armor HQ?
I am.
going to refer back to July of 2012, specifically July, on or around July 2nd, 2012. Were you in business as Bulletproof Body Armor HQ?
I was.
Also, in the days after July 20th, 2012, were you contacted by law enforcement related to records and purchases that may have been made by a James Holmes from Bulletproof Body Armor HQ?
I was.
Did you provide those records to law enforcement?
I did.
Tell the jury, what exactly is Bulletproof Body Armor HQ? What does your business entail?
Basically, it's, again, a website online presence to be able to allow people to purchase bullet-resistant clothing and articles of wear to protect themselves in, personal protection or on-duty protection.
Can non-military, non-law enforcement, in other words, the general public, order items from Bulletproof Body Armor HQ?
They can.
Is there any particular requirements associated with that?
There is none other than the fact that they cannot be a felon to own or possess a article of clothing.
Do you manufacture the items you sell?
I do not.
Okay. Do you work with other companies?
I do.
Just in detail, you don't have to get into great specificity, but how do you, somebody orders something online through your website, how do you fulfill the order ultimately?
Basically, the order comes in for the items that were chosen through the website, through a cart. That order, once paid for through a method of payment, Visa card or PayPal, then the order comes directly to my desk, and then I process the order by going through the items that are ordered and then calling the distributor manufacturer of the product.
I may have asked you this, and I apologize if I have. How long have you been in business with Bulletproof Body Armor HQ?
We were originally started back in 2008, 2009.
Explain to the jury, if you would, please, how you maintain customer records associated with purchases?
They're all electronically stored through the database on the web server, which is basically where all of the X's and O's are located on a server in Texas. But I mean, I have access to those records just by clicking an admin section of my website.
What type of payment methods do you accept online?
We do Visa, MasterCard, and PayPal.
What type of shipping options, company-wise, are generally available?
We only offer shipping through FedEx, even though the website says that the option is United States Postal Service. UPS. That's just because we have a way to access for people to know how much they're going to pay for that particular shipping. FedEx doesn't offer that, so it's not through the website, but we only do our shipping through FedEx. So it's not
For the records that I was talking about and the customer invoices and receipts and documents associated with sales, do you also receive documents from FedEx related to the shipping of those products?
Yes, absolutely. All we would receive would be documents from FedEx after the item was shipped.
Is that a normal and ordinary course of business for you to obtain records from FedEx associated with the shipment of products?
It is.
Specifically about PayPal, do you also receive documents from PayPal associated with customer orders that may have used PayPal to facilitate those transactions?
Yes,
Do you receive those records from PayPal?
we do.
Do you keep those in the ordinary course of your business?
We do.
Judge, first record is this. I'm going to be handing the witness People's Exhibit 364 with the court's permission. This exhibit is attached to 362 and 363. They have already been admitted and not associated with this witness.
Okay,
If I may approach, Judge.
you may.
For the record, Judge, I'm showing counsel now.
Okay.
Sir, I've handed you a rather large packet of documents there, but I'm going to refer you specifically to People's Exhibit 364. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to have you flip through all the documents associated with People's Exhibit 364 and tell me when you've done so.
Okay,
Have you reviewed all of the documents associated with People's Exhibit 364?
I have.
Just in general, what are all of those documents related to?
They're basically the single transactions, the single transaction of the purchase of 4 items from the website.
I'm going to kind of backtrack a little bit. When you were contacted by law enforcement, did you provide them with these actual records, People's Exhibit 364?
I did.
Does this appear to be the original records that you provided law enforcement?
It is.
Now,
or I
as-
believe so, yeah.
Okay, as part of that, does it appear that there may be a couple of pages that are duplicate pages?
There is, it looks like there is.
Okay, so just, I've got to make a record here regarding this.
Okay,
The first page there, is that similar to the, what would be the third page? Both of which, at the lower right corner, have a 7/24/2012 at 10:20 a.m. Do you see what I'm talking about?
yes,
I want you to look at those two pages and tell me whether they are the same pages.
they appear to be.
Okay. No additional information between those two pages, is that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. What would be the fourth page, and I recognize I don't have this numbered as such, but the fourth page that's also got a time and date stamp at the bottom, the 7/24/2012 with a date stamp of 6:33 p.m. Do you see that?
Yes,
Now, is that document different than the very first page, and if so, how?
yes, this document, the reason why it's different is because this would be the actual packaging slip that would have been sent out to the customer.
The following page right behind that, where again, the dates and timestamp is 7/24/2012 at 6:32 p.m.
Okay,
Is that the same or different than the first page?
that's the same as the first page.
Okay, so just so you know, what I'm trying to do, sir, is I'm trying to deduce exactly what pages are duplicates and which are not.
Right.
Did you hand law enforcement, did you turn over to law enforcement
2 sets.
2 sets of documents?
Yes,
And some of them are duplicates of one another, is that correct?
correct.
Okay. So is it fair to say that the very first page here, the one that's got the 10:20 a.m., that is an invoice from Bulletproof Body Armor HQ?
It is.
And the other pages, with the exception of the packing slip invoice that you referred to, the other pages are duplicates. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. All of these documents, are they documents that you keep in your ordinary and regular course of business through Bulletproof Body Armor HQ?
They would be. They are.
And do these documents fairly and accurately, and again, in the regular course of your business, reflect the transaction from May 10th, 2012?
Yes.
Actually, let me strike that, not May 12th, July 2nd, 2012.
Right. That would have been the date the order was placed.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I will move for admission of People's Exhibit 364. I will agree to remove some of the duplicate pages as just testified to.
All right, Ms. Brady, with the understanding that the duplicates will be removed. Any objection?
No, sir.
Okay, without objection, P-TR-364 is admitted and may be published, but again, you'll have to modify it to remove any duplicates.
Understood. Thank you, sir. If I could just publish the first page of People's Exhibit 364, and Judge, that will be the page that we will keep within the exhibit. Do you recognize this, sir?
I do.
Okay. I'm going to just kind of talk you through a little bit here. Need you to keep your voice up into the microphone. Is this an invoice from Bulletproof Body Armor HQ?
That's a copy of one.
Okay. Am I using the right term, invoice?
Yes.
Do you see an invoice number?
It's 545.
This order, who was it sold to?
James Holmes,
What was the address that the items were shipped to?
1690 Paris Street, apartment number 10, Aurora, Colorado, 80010.
Is there a phone number associated with this order?
There is.
What is that number?
858-449-7348.
Is there an email associated with this order?
There is.
What is that?
DSHERLOCKB@hotmail.com.
What was the date of the order?
Monday, July 2nd, 2012.
And the method of payment?
Would have been through PayPal.
If you could scroll down just a bit. Fair to say in the middle of the screen here, this is the actual product order, is that correct?
That is.
I'd like you just to talk through what the actual sale was to the jury, please.
Okay, so the items that were ordered were 4 different items. The first one was a torso neck protection. That is basically a 3A bullet-resistant neck protection. The second item was a bulletproof arm protection. That is a 3A protection for bullet resistance.
I'm going to stop you right there. What do you mean by 3A?
Okay, 3A is the highest level that's obtainable in a flexible Kevlar type material, bullet resistant material. The next level up with that would be like a level 3, which would be for rifle plates or something like that.
So I didn't mean to stop you there, but what was the next item?
The third item would have been a flat 3A groin protector, basically a flat Kevlar groin protector.
Describe that a little bit more, please. What are you talking about?
Okay, so it's basically 9 inches across, 6 inches in depth, about a quarter of an inch, I should say, in width. It's on a belt, and it's worn either in the pants uniform or outside the pants uniform, mostly inside the pants, for protection for the genital region.
If you know, what is Kevlar?
Kevlar is a product that's manufactured by DuPont. That is a woven product that is layered, and upon applying those layers of Kevlar, to a specific amount of layering, you will get bullet resistance to certain levels. There's 3 different levels, 2A, 3A, and then 3, and those levels vary in thickness, which will allow you to stop a certain type of projectile up to so many feet per second.
Like the name of your company suggests, are these items body armor type material?
Yes.
You were about to talk about the 4th item there. What is that?
The 4th item here is a groin protector, again, protection for the genital area of a male in particular. And this would be something that would look similar to a cup that you'd wear in playing baseball.
What was the, I won't even bother with the subtotal, but the grand total, including any shipping, what was the total for these items?
$903.67.
So $903.
$903.67.
We could scroll down just a bit more, please. You have in its entirety, with the exception of some of the duplicate documents, People's Exhibit 364 in front of you. Can you tell the jury, please, about whether it appears this item was in fact shipped, whether it reached its destination, based on your records?
Well, based on this sheet here, which is standard on every single order that we take, depending on what type of payment, as soon as the transaction is completed, this would have been the second line down from the top there. It says PayPal status pending e-check. That means that he didn't have a Visa card or a MasterCard on file with PayPal, so they were going to withdraw the funds directly from his bank account.
And again, just not to interrupt you, but you're familiar with PayPal as far as your business transaction goes, is that correct?
Absolutely.
Go
We
ahead.
use it monthly, daily. And then the transaction ID, which will give you a reference to be able to, coordinate that with PayPal itself. If you put that transaction ID into PayPal's system or call them on the phone, they will know specifics on this particular transaction. Then it looks like the transaction was completed on 7/6, which when the funds would have come in from his bank account, would have been deposited into PayPal. And then on the 16th, it looks like we updated this record with the FedEx tracking number, which would have been on the very bottom line.
So again, you've got the documents in front of you there, and you can
I do.
refer to them as need be. Was there any sort of express shipment requested or anything like that for these items?
I don't see any express ordered on here. Usually it would say something like overnight or 2-day. This just says 4 to 7 day.
Okay. Again, with the documents and records that you have in front of you, does it appear that the items that were ordered from your company were received by James Holmes?
They would be not by that sheet, but by the FedEx sheet that is at fedex.com under our shipping account.
Do you have that document in front of you?
I do.
Okay, go ahead and refer to that as you need to. Again, my question is, can you confirm that the items were shipped and received by James Holmes?
They were shipped. They were shipped out on the 11th at 3:34, which is when the item would have been, the box would have been accepted at the Kinko's location that they were shipped from. They were shipped from Kinko's location on 529 South Fort Harrison Avenue, Suite A4 in Clearwater, Florida.
What do you mean by shipped from Kinko's?
The items were boxed up and they were taken to the Kinko's location to be shipped under our FedEx account.
Okay, so then walk me through the confirmation that they were delivered.
Okay, so if you put in a tracking number like everybody has from whenever you get a package, you can do the same with our stuff, and that is you put the tracking number in, you can see where the package is located and where it's been and where it's going to and where it's been delivered. So It's traveled on the 11th. It was in Tampa. On the 12th, it was in Orlando. The 13th, it was in Kansas City, Lexina, Kansas City. The 16th, it was in Henderson, Colorado. The 17th, it arrived at the FedEx facility in Denver, Colorado. The 17th, at 10 a.m., it was delivered via signature to Aurora, Colorado. I did provide proof of signature from James Holmes, which is in the paperwork as well. You just have to click on the link that says signature proof of delivery.
And just so we know, what do you mean by you have to click on the link?
I would, when you put the information in for a tracking, on our side of the world, I believe, since it's our account, we have the ability to click on signature proof of delivery.
So when was this item actually delivered to that Paris Street address?
It says right here, delivery date July 17th, 2012, 10 a.m. And it has his digital signature on the screen where the package is, when you receive the package, he sticks the machine out and you have to sign on the digital paper.
Now, are you familiar with FedEx as far as the digital signature process?
I am.
Okay, now I'm not going to ask you specifics about that. My question for you is, your products, the items that you personally sell to folks, do you require a signature like that?
Yeah, specifically when you're sending out items that are this caliber of expense, and because of the nature of the product itself, we specifically require that the person receiving the item has to sign for it, and it cannot be shipped to any other address but the billing address of the purchaser.
If I could just scroll back up on the document that's on the screen now, a little bit further, please. And again, Judge, this is the first page of People's Exhibit 364 for the record. I failed to ask you there, the second one, bulletproof arm protection. What exactly is that?
It's the same type of protection. It's a 3A protection, meaning a layered Kevlar product that looks sort of like the upper portion of the sleeve of my arm.
Let me ask you that. First of all, you're familiar with that particular type of arm protection, is that correct?
Yes.
Does that type of arm protection go over or under clothing, coats?
Can do either or. Traditionally, it's worn alongside of a bulletproof vest.
For both the neck protection and the arm protection, was there a specific color that was chosen?
There was black.
For both of those items?
It was black for basically all three because we only sell the Kevlar groin protector in black.
Okay.
And that means the flat Kevlar 3A groin protector.
Okay. So the top three were all in black?
Correct.
And when I say top three, I'm talking the neck protection, arm protection, and the flat Kevlar groin protection?
That's correct.
Judge, can I have one moment, please?
Yes.
Nothing further at this time. Thank you, Judge.
Ms. Brady, do you have any cross-examination?
No, sir, thank you.
All right. And the jury does not appear to have any questions for this witness. May this witness be released from his subpoena, Mr. Edson?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Edson, make sure you modify that exhibit. Thank you. Please. All right, call your next witness.
The people call Charles DeFrance.
Good afternoon. Could I have you raise your right hand for me so that I can administer an oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do so.
Please, please be seated. Could you please tell us your full name and spell your first, middle, and last names?
My name is Charles S. DeFrance, first name Charles, middle initial S, last name DE, capital FRANCE.
Ms. Pearson, you may proceed.
Mr. DeFrance, how are you employed?
I'm a special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation assigned to the Denver Division.
How long have you worked for the FBI?
I first became a full-time employee for the FBI in 1996.
What is your job for the FBI?
I currently work criminal intelligence here in the Denver Division, and I'm also a member of the evidence response team.
And is the evidence response team also called ERT?
Yes.
Did the ERT team that you're on, were they asked to assist at the Century 16 theater shooting in Aurora in July of 2012?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you respond to the theater at some point?
Yes, when the shooting occurred and I got word of it, I was actually out of town in Orocovis, Puerto Rico, and had to return to Denver. I made arrangements to return the next day, so that by the time I got back to Denver to assist, 2 days of processing had already occurred at the theater, so I came on the beginning of the third day.
What were your duties with regard to the theater?
My background, I started in the FBI in the Firearms Tool Marks Unit in the Laboratory Division, where I started as a physical science technician and then later as a forensic examiner. And I was qualified in firearms identification, tool mark identification, gunshot residue analysis, and shooting reconstruction. And for that reason, my primary duties when I arrived on scene was to evaluate that scene for the standpoint of a shooting reconstruction.
What did you begin to do in the theater?
When I arrived, I evaluated it. It definitely had a lot of potential for a shooting reconstruction, so I immediately began my work on that. And that first stage of a shooting reconstruction really revolves around identifying all the projectile impacts that are on the scene. So I started working on that, locating projectile impacts, documenting where they were, giving them a number, documenting their characteristics, and taking notes on their location as well.
Now, we previously saw with a witness a couple of photographs that had, for instance, 9-61. Are those the kind of notations that were being made on seats that had impacts in the theater that you were working on?
Yes, all the impacts that I was numbering, I used because we knew that from the beginning, from a quick evaluation of the scene, that we had impacts in both theater 9 and 8. We designated them with a 9 dash and then a number just sequentially given as I located those impacts. And then for any impacts in theater 8, it was 8 dash the number again, just sequentially numbered as I found them.
Were you the person who ultimately completed the shooting incident reconstruction?
No, I'm not.
Why was that?
After the first day of working in the scene, it was pretty apparent to me that the scope of the scene was very large from a standpoint of the number of shots fired, as well as just the complexity of the scene itself. There were a lot of chairs, there were a lot of elevation changes, steps, it was large rooms, and it was my advice that I provided to our senior team leader for ERT that we should contact the lab and request additional resources from the lab, and that's what we did.
Now, when you refer to the lab, do you mean the laboratory at Quantico?
Yes, I'm referring to the FBI laboratory in Quantico, Virginia.
With regard to marking the holes, had you started to use any kind of a device to provide data about where the holes were in the theater at the point that you made the decision that you should get assistance from Quantico?
Even before I arrived on scene, there was another agent that was already using an instrument called a total station, which is a survey instrument that we use on very large and very complex crime scenes that takes very accurate three-dimensional measurements of any point that you want to shoot in. And that's what she had already been working on for 2 days before I arrived, just documenting the overall scene, where the evidence was. And she continued to work on that with me as I was identifying the bullet impacts, and we were taking notes on all of those bullet impacts, photographing them, and then additionally, their location was being measured using that total station.
Did a team from Quantico come out to the theater to assist in doing the shooting incident reconstruction?
Yes, they did.
Did they bring any additional equipment other than the total station that you had to help accomplish that?
One of the instruments that we were interested in getting out here and the laboratory division did bring was a laser scanner. The laser scanner is very useful in this type of a scene because it very indiscriminately will scan a room and measure pretty much everything that's within the view of that laser scanner and take very precise measurements, much in the same way that the total station does. But this picks up a lot more detail than the total station does. But those two pieces of data can be put together to make a single three-dimensional measurement of that scene.
Did you work with the team that came from Quantico to complete the marking of all of the holes and impacts in the theater, and then to do the shooting incident reconstruction that was done at the theater?
I did. I worked hand in hand with them. We had, in addition to the laser scanner, we had a couple gentlemen from the Firearms Tool Marks unit who I knew from when I worked there that came out, and we worked together on the scene. I actually had 2 days on scene before they arrived, so I identified a lot of the bullet impacts before they got there, and then once they were there, we worked together to review all the work that I did and complete the reconstruction.
Was data collected by the total station and the laser scanners that were in the theater?
Yes, ma'am.
What was done with that data?
That data was all, the data that was collected by the laser scanner was just taken back by the operator who was a member of the FBI laboratory. The data that we collected was downloaded and submitted to the laboratory to be used in their creation of diagrams and models.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Any cross-examination, Ms. Spengler?
No, thank you.
And the jury does not have any questions for this witness. May this witness be released from his subpoena.
He may, Your Honor.
Any objection, Ms. Spengler?
No objection.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Call your next witness, please.
The people called Jennifer Justice.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear or affirm in the penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be seated.
Thank you.
Tell us your full name, please, and spell your first, middle, and last names.
Jennifer Ann Justice, JENNIFER, ANNJOSTES.
Ms. Pearson, you may proceed.
Ms. Justice, who are you employed by?
The Federal Bureau of Investigation, Denver Division,
How long have you worked for the FBI?
since March of 2007, or I'm sorry, March of 2008,
So
about
sev-
7 years.
7 years? What do you do for the FBI?
I'm a special agent. I am currently assigned to the Safe Streets Task Force, Innocence Lost Task Force, where currently I work juvenile prostitution cases. I also have a collateral duty, which includes the evidence response team. That is a team that's comprised of numerous agents and support staff that is assigned to and specially trained to collect evidence for particular crimes.
Could you please move the microphone closer to you?
Sure.
And so that everyone can hear you. There you go. All right, thank you. Ms. Pearson.
Were you part of an evidence response team that was asked to respond to the Century 16 theater shooting in July of 2012?
Yes, I was.
What did your duties consist of with regard to the evidence response team or the ERT team?
We do have, it's called a TopCon total station. It's a piece of survey equipment that was assigned to the Denver Division to utilize to help document the evidence and the actual scene itself.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 2848. Do you recognize what that is a photograph of?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It is the Denver Division's TopCon. The model number is GPT 3205NW, or yes, NW. 3205NW.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of People's Exhibit 2848.
Ms. Spengler, any objection?
No objection.
Did you say TopCon, C-O-N?
Yes, sir, it's TOPCON
Right,
is the
thank-
brand.
Okay, thank you. Without objection, P-TR-2848 is admitted and may be published.
Could I have 2848 up, please? So what are we looking at in this photograph?
So that's the actual total station unit and also the pole and the prism that's utilized with the total station unit. So the actual top of the unit that's yellow in color, that is the actual, it's called an electronic distance measuring instrument, which is the TopCon unit itself that we utilize that takes all of the measurements. That unit will measure the angles vertical and horizontal, and it'll also give us a distance measurement, and it'll send that back to a handheld electronic recording device that we utilize to get that machine at the top to work, and then that unit records all of the data. The handheld unit records all of the data, that we download the data off of that handheld unit, and then that data goes to the lab for them to process it as requested.
What's the red and white pole that is next to it or attached to it?
So often the total station operator needs we call them a rod man. RODMAN is what we typically call them. They're the ones who have to hold the rod and the prism if we can't see an item of evidence or see an area that we're trying to document, such as the holes, bullet holes, or cartridge casings. Smaller items sometimes we can't see or they're hidden behind other objects, and we utilize that pole with the prism, and that's what we'll focus our viewfinder on, is that actual prism. And then we put into the system, in the handheld device, we say how tall that pole is, so then it'll automatically deduct that certain range, which is typically, we use a standard of 5 feet, depending on whether we need to raise the pole or lower the pole. So we'll have an assistant that's usually instructed by someone who's been trained on the total station to operate it. We can have anyone be our assistant, and we just need to instruct them where to place that pole and how to hold the pole. They just hold it level.
Now, this looks similar to equipment that you see with road crews using on the side of a highway. Is it the same kind of science behind this?
It is. It's a standard off-the-shelf survey equipment that surveyors on the side of the road can also use.
What was the purpose of using this in the theater?
So rather than using tape measures to conduct measurements and take measurements of all the items of evidence, to measure the actual walls and the ceilings and how high everything was, instead of using tape measures to measure the distance of the holes relative to walls of the theater, this is way more accurate than using a tape measure and writing down the measurements. It's a plus or minus 2 millimeter margin of error with using the total station to give us the exact measurements. It's actually 3-dimensional measurements of a point in space, which would be some of the evidence in this case.
How many days did you use the total station in the theater?
8 days.
Now, we heard the previous witness also talk about a laser scanner that was used in the theater. Is a laser scanner used in conjunction with the total station?
Quite often they can be used together. A laser scanner, from my training and experience, creates more of a point cloud where it can get more of an in-depth look at the area, but what the laser scanner can miss oftentimes are the smaller items, such as the bullet holes and the cartridge casings. It may not document or pick up every one of those holes or casings. So we typically use the total station. That is more accurate and can pick up those smaller holes and items of evidence. So what we would do is focus the viewfinder on the holes, and we would ask the instrument to record the measurement of where that hole is in 3-dimensional space.
How do you determine that the total station is operating properly, that it works properly?
We calibrate them. Every time we set up the machine, we have to calibrate it, we have to level it. We're trained on how to level it, we're trained on how to calibrate it. And then we also put up something called a back sight, or if we have documented numerous other points in our scene, anytime we move it or anytime we set it up, we set up the back sight and we check it to make sure that it's level, and the machine itself will tell us if there are any errors in having set it up.
Did you measure all of the bullet holes in Theater 9 with this device?
Yes, I did.
Did you measure all the bullet holes in Theater 8 with it as well?
Yes, I did, with the exception, in Theater 9, we did not document with the total station hole number 240 because it was in the screen and the screen had already been removed, so documenting the location of that at the time was not something that we could do since the screen had already been removed.
Now, in order to use this in the theater and all these different points, did you have to move it around a lot?
Yes, I did.
How many times did you have to move it to different locations?
It was approximately 21 times, I believe, which is the most I've ever moved it.
Once you get all of the data collected from the total station, what do you do with that?
All of the data is then downloaded onto either a thumb drive, well, in this case it is now a thumb drive, and then that is put into our FBI case system and it is sent to the lab, the FBI lab back at Quantico, and it's also sent to our operational programs unit for them to construct whatever is requested by the case agents or the law enforcement agency requesting information created from it, so they can make 3D models, they can make actual physical models, they can do a lot of different projects with it.
Were you present both before and after the team came out from Quantico?
Yes, ma'am.
One moment. Thank you. I don't have any more questions.
Any cross-examination, Ms. Spengler?
No, thank you.
And the jury does not appear to have any questions. May this witness be released from her subpoena?
She may.
Any objection?
Objection.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Call your next witness, please.
People call Corbin Dates.
Come on this way, please.
Morning. Or afternoon.
Could I have you raise, before you sit, could I have you raise your right hand for me so that I can administer an oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please be seated. Could you please tell us your full name and spell your first, middle, and last names?
My first name is Corbin, Corbin, middle name Lavon, Lavon, last name Dates, Dates.
All right, Ms. Tish McGuire, you may proceed.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Were you at the Century 16 movie theater in Aurora, Colorado on July 19th of 2012?
Yes, I was.
Did that go into the early morning hours of July 20th of 2012?
It did.
What were you doing the day of July 19th, 2012 prior to going to the movie theater that day?
I was working at a call center for Convergys. That following evening, everybody was trying to get out of work early to go see the Batman premiere. And I originally had no plans to go see it. Didn't even think about it, but it was a last minute thought. So I went on Fandango before I left the building and tried to book 2 tickets for myself and a friend if I can get to come with me for Theater 8, but it was sold out. So I took Theater 9.
Who was your friend that you bought a ticket for that evening?
My original friend who was supposed to ride with me was my friend Andrew, but I never got a hold of him in time, so my last minute backup was Jennifer Seeger.
And did she accompany with you to the movies that night?
I arrived to the movie theater first, and she met with me later that night.
What time did you arrive at the movie theater that night?
I want to say maybe, I honestly, I can't remember what time I arrived.
What'd you do when you got to the movie theater?
I checked in my tickets, and I went to Theater 9, and I went to look for a seat. The whole theater was packed. The only room that was available was the first row entirely and a couple outer seats on the second row. So I sat within the second row on the, if this was the screen, it would be this side.
Right, so if you're facing the movie theater screen, the far right
The
side.
far right side.
And you were in the very second row from the
I was
far
in the
right.
second row, yes. Probably about 2 to 3 seats in, sorry.
Perfect. What'd you do while you were sitting in the movie theater?
Just looked around, observed a lot of different people. The theater was actually playing some trivias, kind of like fun things before the the trailers haven't even started showing yet. So it was just more like that prepping for the theater. And I was texting my friend Jennifer to kind of confirm that she would make it on time because she was driving from Castle Rock all the way back to Aurora.
Do you recall observing any individual sitting in front of you during that time where you were waiting for the movie to begin?
I do remember a family group of about 4 to 5 people and a lady with an infant and a car seat came and sat in the front row. They looked around for a bit, they got up and then they left. And then I noticed an individual came in and sat down in the front row to the far right.
And what seat did that individual sit in?
I would look like it was the very first seat on the right in the first row.
How would you describe that individual?
The light was dim, so I can't be too direct about the color. It looked like he was wearing a gray outfit. The hair looked a bit reddish orangish, a little bit.
Did it look like a natural hair color to you?
No, it did not.
How would you describe that hair color?
I don't want to, probably a deeper carrot orange, should I say?
What did you observe about that individual sitting in front of you?
He was by himself, and at that time I was speculating what that person could have been doing by themselves, but I didn't read too much into it.
At some point in time, did that person ever move from their seat?
The majority of the time while I was sitting there, he was sitting in his seat. When I got a message that my friend had arrived, and I noticed he got up and went towards the emergency exit on the right-hand side of the theater. And I noticed there was a cell phone in the hand, and it seemed, the way his body was positioned, it seemed like he was waiting for somebody to meet with him through the exit door, which I thought was strange. But at that same time, I was walking out to get my friend, so I wasn't paying too much attention to him.
Did you ever hear a phone ring?
No.
Did you ever hear a voice on the other end of the phone?
No.
How would you describe how that person was positioned in the exit door?
In the exit doorway, I know that the exit door was propped open by one foot, his right foot to be exact, and the left foot was on the inside of the building.
Could you see part of that person's body from where you were seated?
I can only see a side profile.
And was it the same person with the orange hair who had been sitting in front of you?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would like to ask Mr. Dates to meet me up here, and we're going to use this as a door to demonstrate for the jury what he saw.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Dates, there is a cordless microphone up there. If you could grab that. All right. And if you could stand here, the theater door hinges this way.
Mm-hmm.
So if you could describe for the jury how the defendant's feet were placed in the doorway.
His right foot was propping the door open, and the cell phone, I can't remember if it was in the left or the right hand, but I do remember seeing a cell phone.
And this is how his body's positioned. So
Correct.
If the theater door...
Mr. McGuire, hold on a second. Some of the jurors are saying that they can't see.
Okay, so if he was back further, would that help? Is this better? Okay. All right, so if you could describe that again, Mr. Dates.
So the right foot was propped, was holding the door propped open. It did swing open this way. And his body was leaning a little bit out towards the door. And I don't remember which hand the cell phone was in.
Was the cell phone up to his ear?
It was.
Okay. Now, if is this the area right here that is like the cubby hole that goes back in the theater
Correct.
seats would be back there?
Yes.
Now, approximately where in this room would you have been sitting in proximity to where this person in the doorway was?
Probably where that gentleman in the red shirt is, if I had to judge distance.
And that's about how far away you were that night when you saw this individual.
Mhm.
Could you see that individual clearly?
No.
Okay. But could you see that figure clearly, and could you tell for certain that the door was open and propped?
I could tell for sure that the door was propped, and I could tell it was the same person because I did remember seeing him getting up and go towards the door.
All right, thank you. You can take a seat.
For the record, Ms. Tishmaguire, do you want to estimate that distance that he just testified to?
23 feet, Your Honor.
Sir, does that sound accurate? Do you know?
Somewhat accurate, maybe a little bit farther away.
Okay, thank you. All right,
Count-
you may proceed.
My co-counsel is telling me to correct that to 12 feet, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Dates, now when you got a text from your friend Jennifer at that point in time, right?
Yes.
So what did you do at that point in time?
She informed me that she was just now parking her car, and I informed her that I was going to go out and meet her at the door to hand her her ticket so that we could come back in.
Now, when you got up to leave, was that person still in the doorway?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever see that person again when you came back into the theater?
When I came back in, the lights had just dimmed and the movie was getting ready to start, and the door was not propped open. Otherwise, I would have seen the lights from the outside parking lot beaming in. It was completely pitch black.
The door looked closed to you at that point?
Yes.
So, did you go out to meet Ms. Seeger at the front main lobby area to give her her ticket?
We met each other in the main lobby, and I handed her a ticket, and I rushed her back in because I didn't want to lose our spot.
Were you able to go back and take your seats in the movie theater?
Yes, we were.
All right, Your Honor, if I may approach the witness with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 1120.
Yes.
Mr. Dates, do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
What is that document?
It is the original layout of the theater before the remodeling.
All right, and did you document on there where you actually believe you were seated that night and where you saw that individual with the red-orange hair?
Yes.
Does that fairly and accurately represent what you believe you saw on the night of July 19th of 2012 into July 20th of 2012?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I would move for the admission of that exhibit.
Any objection?
No.
Without objection, it is admitted and it may be published.
Could please have that? All right, Mr. Dates, I'm going to ask you to grab that handheld microphone again, if you don't mind. And there's a very large stick behind you. If you could please show the jury on there where, first of all, you saw the person seated with the orange reddish hair. All right? And then if you could please also describe where you were seated when you first saw him, when you were seated there by yourself.
One of the two seats.
All right, and then when you and Miss Seeger returned, where were you seated in the theater?
I remember being in 4 and Jennifer was in 3.
All right, and could you also point out for the jury where you actually saw the defendant go through that doorway?
Judge, objection, may we approach?
Yeah.
All right, if I could please have that exhibit back up. Thank you, Mr. Dates. Now, if you can again show for the jury where you saw the person with the reddish orange hair go.
Right here and through the doorway.
Okay, thank you very much. You can have a seat. What was happening in the theater? And you can go ahead and put that stick down.
And you can, go ahead.
What was happening in the theater when you and Miss Seeger returned to the theater?
The theater lights were dimming to black, and the movie was getting ready to start.
What happened in the movie?
In the movie, everybody was rather excited. When certain characters came on the screen, they cheered on, and it got to the scene where they are introducing Catwoman. Well, maybe a little bit before that, I can't remember too much. But I do remember that same exact door swinging right open and a person dressed in black walked into the theater.
How would you describe what that person in black looked like?
They definitely had a helmet on, goggles. The only thing that I could see that was not covered up was their eyes. I do remember seeing a automatic rifle, and I do remember seeing something that looked like a shotgun. And they were strapped around his neck, kind of like a strap to hold it up.
Now, you just said his. Did you know whether it was a male or a female?
Sorry, I did not catch that, no.
Was there anything about the build that made you think that it was a male?
No.
What happens when you see this figure walk into the theater?
I remember that the figure looked around for a bit. I heard two containers were being thrown into the first row of the theater, and two pops went off, and it emitted a type of gas inside of the theater. And then I immediately heard two gunshots at the ceiling, and at that point I immediately went to the ground, and Jennifer went to the ground behind me.
Did you actually see the guns being fired?
I saw the first round go up to the ceiling, and then I immediately went to the ground.
Is it possible that it could have gone up into the stadium seating area of the theater, or do you think it went to the ceiling?
I do remember seeing the gun being pointed up. I do not remember directly seeing it being pointed this way.
After you hear that first shot and you see that first shot, what do you do?
I immediately go to the ground and within the aisle that I'm in, and Jennifer fell behind me because she fell on top of me.
How are your bodies placed when you are on the floor?
Basically laying down, and my initial instinct was to crawl through to the other side.
Now, when you say to the other side, so if you're facing the screen, you're crawling towards the left side of the theater?
Towards the left side.
Were you able to do that at that time?
Yes, I was.
Was Miss Seeger able to do that at that time?
Miss Seeger was able to do that too.
How far did you get moving down towards the left side?
It wasn't until about midway, sometime between where I was now and midway, where I started hearing people screaming for their lives. At that time, it was still processing in my mind if this was real. And at that same point, when I was crawling through, the casing of the bullets slid up under the first row of the seats, and one of them did burn me in the leg.
What did that feel like?
It hurt. It burned. Yeah.
What do you remember going on? Was there still gunfire going on?
There was still gunfire going on. I do remember the first shots that I heard sound like it came from a rifle. The second one was a shotgun, and then the third one was a pistol.
Now, what else do you remember you and Miss Seeger doing during that time period?
I do remember people running towards the left side of the auditorium, trying to make it through the exit of the left side. I was not in that group. I was still on the ground with Jennifer. The people in front of me were scared as well too. In my mind process, I wanted to keep them calm because I didn't want the person to come back around and get us.
Now, could you see where the shooter had gone in the theater?
I did not want to look up.
Did you ever notice if the shooter went to the rows behind you at any point in time?
I heard the gunshots go behind me as I was crawling to the left, so I heard gunshots going up this way, but I did not see it because I did not want to look.
Why didn't you want to look?
I just wanted to keep my head down. I did not want to make myself visible or anything.
So what happens while you and Miss Seeger are crawling towards the left side of the theater?
So as we're crawling towards the left side of the theater, the group ahead of me they were able to get up and run towards the exit. I did not see where the shooter was by that point. We did not get up and run instantly. I told her I wanted her to stay close to the ground because my fear was what if the shooter was at the top of the auditorium and picking those off who were going through.
So what did you do next?
So we stayed on the ground. I told her not to move. Her asthma was getting worse, and she had begging me that we had to get out of here. We have to get out of here. But I did not want to move until I knew it was clear. So once it was clear, I got up. I grabbed Jennifer, and I wanted to run out. An individual came back in and said he could possibly be coming back. And when I heard that, I grabbed Jennifer and went down towards the theater, towards the screen, and I told her to lay down and play dead.
Is that what you did?
Yes.
What did you do after that?
I remained quiet. Jennifer could not stop yelling about how bad her asthma was getting. So by the time it seemed clear again, I got up and I noticed behind me in the curtain that there was a gentleman hiding behind the curtain. It was not the shooter. It did not look like he was wearing the same shoes. In fact, the person came out and revealed himself. He did not want to leave. So when I heard the message that he could be coming back, he hid himself back behind the curtain. And then once I got the assumption that we were going to be okay, I ran out towards the auditorium.
Now, just to be clear, this person who is hiding behind the movie theater screen, you believe to be another moviegoer who
Yes.
was afraid of the circumstances. And you said that you thought the shoes were different. What sort of shoes did you see the shooter wearing?
They were more like boots. I remember they were black. Everything was all black. Whatever shoes he was wearing, it was not all black. It did not match.
So how were you finally able to get out of the theater?
Once everything seemed clear, I saw some things that were very uncomfortable in the upper stadium, and
I'm going to stop you for a second. What do you mean? What did you see exactly? If you could please tell the jury.
Objection, Judge. Cumulative.
Overruled.
You can go ahead and tell the jury what you saw.
I saw people. I did not want to assume if they were alive or if they were already gone, but I did see them laying over the chairs, and I saw some that were on the stairs, and there was, sorry.
Okay, there's some Kleenex up here if you need it.
There was one person who was laying on the ground just right before the exit of the lobby, and Jennifer later recognized that was a person we went to high school with.
Do you know who that person is?
I heard the name, but me and that person were never actually friends.
Okay. Did you see anything else before you left the theater?
No, I ran to the auditorium, and as I was in the auditorium, a police cop was coming past me, and he had a shotgun in his hand as well, too. I looked behind me and noticed that Jennifer was not there, so I freaked out.
What'd you do after that?
I ran back in to find Jennifer. And right before I got to the doors of Theater 9, Jennifer was just coming out. She said, I was trying to save him. I couldn't. So I grabbed her. We ran out to the outside, and in the parking lot, many people were on their cell phones. There were cop cars, and they were stunned at what was going on. My instinct was to get Jennifer to her car, get myself to my car. The fear in my mind of what happened is, what if the cars were rigged as well too with bombs?
So were you able to leave the theater parking lot?
The theater parking lot was where one of the exits was. It was crowded and blocked. I don't think the cops were trying to let everybody leave, but I was driving a Jeep at the time, and I took it off-road over the hill and climbed a median and left.
At some point in time, were you able to go to Gateway High School and get interviewed by the police?
Yes. The first place I went to afterwards was my mother's house to tell her everything that happened. She was stunned. She wasn't exactly there to believe me.
Sustained.
All right. And
Sorry.
did you make it to Gateway High School?
I did. I did make it to Gateway High School, yes.
Did you sustain any injuries as a result of the shooting?
Only the burn that was on my leg from the bullet casings, nothing further.
But you did have a burn on your leg. And
I
could
did.
you describe for the jury where that was?
It was on my right calf on the outer side.
I have no further questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Dates.
Any cross-examination, Mr. King?
No, thank you.
The jury may have some questions for you, sir. Give us a moment, please. Thank you. Would counsel please approach? Sir, the jury has submitted some questions, and based on the rules of evidence and other applicable rules of law, I have determined that some of these are appropriate, and so I will ask these questions now. The first question is, did you hear the shooter say anything?
No.
The next question is, did you hear the emergency exit door alarm going off?
No.
Any follow-up questions based on those questions, Ms. Tish McGuire?
No, Your Honor.
Any follow-up questions from you, Mr. King?
No, thank you.
May this witness be released from his subpoena?
Please, thank you, Your Honor.
Is there any objection?
Without objection.
All right, sir, thank you. Members of the jury, it's 3:40, so let's go ahead and take our afternoon break at this time. Please keep in mind all of my advisements during the break, and I'll see you back here in 20 minutes at 4. Enjoy the break. The records reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom. Now everyone may be seated. Is there anything that we need to talk about on behalf of the people at this time, Ms. Pearson?
Your Honor, I'm sorry for doing that, but I distinctly heard your voice, which I don't normally hear when that was going on, and I wanted to make sure that it wasn't going out over the broadcast or something like that. So
All right.
that's why I did that.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Anything on behalf of the people, Ms. Pearson?
Yes, Your Honor. Last week, we introduced Exhibit 306, which it was a video of the robot in the car. And court probably noticed there was audio at the beginning of it, which we turned down. We have made a substitute exhibit, which does not contain any audio, so that there can't be any inadvertently played by the jury if they choose to look at the exhibit later.
Any objection to that, Mr. King?
No, sir.
All right, without objection, we will swap that version of P-DR-306 for the one that you tendered last week. In the meantime, Ms. Tish-McGuire, make sure that you modify the last exhibit that was admitted in accordance with the conversation we had at the bench. And then, Mr. Edson, make sure you modify the exhibit that you admitted, that you indicated had some pages that were duplicated, okay? All right, anything else at this time? Anything from the defense? Ms. Spengler or Mr. King, anything?
No, thank you.
No? Okay, enjoy your break. See you in 20.